ourselves, the young man before you, the director who has been communicating you all this while. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like I said, I will not be able to, I don't really have the capacity that we have to mention the great personalities that we have with us today. But I think who we have the better shoe, who can wear the shoe, is no other person other than the director, Center for Entrepreneurship Studies, my own Professor Behaviorial. Good morning, class. My vice chancellor, Professor Nada, the guest lecturer for the Mr. Imam Silva, and Mr. Stephen Parks, and the great Nigerian students. I have the pleasure of welcoming you to the second in our series of entrepreneurship guest lecture series. We started this last year with the implementation of the new curriculum on entrepreneurship education in the University of Abuja. This is a vision that is brought into the university by the Honorable Vice Chancellor. Since 2007, when federal government mandated all universities and teaching entrepreneurship in the universities. Nigerian universities have been minimal. On the level, and maybe one to the level. There was the vision of the Vice Chancellor. He saw that this is not the way entrepreneurship should be. Entrepreneurship is beyond basic that we are getting in the universities. So on that basis, a new curriculum was developed for the university and approved by Senate. And we started the implementation for the first time last year. The beauty of this innovation is that the NUC, which regulates university education in Nigeria, actually just woke up to the reality that what Nigerian universities have been doing is not correct. And what we are doing in the University of Abuja is actually correct. And on that basis, a new curriculum that aligns what we are doing in the University of Abuja has been developed by NUC, which will now be mounted by all universities across Nigeria. So this let's give a Vice Chancellor. Now, the feature of this entrepreneurship education, based on the new curriculum, is that entrepreneurship is not just about teaching in the classroom, right? The traditional concept of the lecturer coming, give his notes, talk to the class, and go out. No, entrepreneurship is a hybrid form of training, combining theory and practice. So much of the curriculum that we are implementing actually have a blend of outside experience. Now, this is why we have this 302 as one of the requirements for UK. There are three basic things you need to do to pass this 302. First of all, the traditional lecture series will be there. That's the lecturer will come and teach you. And the second part is this guest lecture series, where experienced industry professionals will be brought here to come and interact with you, to tell you what we don't normally tell you in class, to share the experience with you in the industry. One of the advantages of this is it's also a way of building your network, which is needed for entrepreneurship success. So today, we have invited some of them, and there are two of them are here today. The first session will be taken by Mr. Imam Silva, and the second by Mr. Stephen. But before I go into that, let me do the two people. beyond the class work that you do, there is also a component of this GST302 that you need to satisfy. Without it, you cannot pass GST302. And no student of the University of Abuja can graduate without passing any of the entrepreneurship requirements, or the courses of the past. So the third aspect of this GST302 is that you must have a business name register. I'm sure many of you are already aware of that. You must have a business register before you can pass this course. And if you don't have it, this course will not be passed by you. So because of that, the news has been circulated before, and you'll be hearing that some posters have been going around asking for people to come and pay 5,000 to register business. No. I think that's not allowed. That will not be allowed. The meeting I had with my lecturers the other day, this issue people, and they said that, okay, fine, in order that you guys will not be not running to foster, okay, let's see how we can intervene. In that respect, we are actually looking for experienced vendors who will be in the center and you'll be interacting with them to do your business. In terms of the financial commitment, they will be as reasonable as you can get. And you should be rest assured that whatever you get from them will be credible. Because there are cases of fake business institutions going on around. And there's only can detect that in the center. So if you submit a business certificate that is not genuine, we will detect that. So one of them is here today. Can Mr. At the moment stand up to verify? So after the session, you can interact with him, whatever you need to do in terms of submission and home discuss. And then from Monday, you will be at our office in the center. You can go up to meet him and discuss how to go about your business institution. That is on that note. Then I also have a personal news for you, right? University of Abuja has a unique form of entrepreneurship education. One of the attractions is also that by the time you are graduating, you are not only graduating with your certificate in your mainstream field, you also have a certificate in entrepreneurship. You know what that is important? The industry now is emphasizing certificate in entrepreneurship. Last year, when CBA presented a call for submission of proposals to assess what they call tertiary institution and entrepreneurship scheme. We are giving loans of about 10 million, 20 million to former graduates of university who have been in the industry for about 7 years. And they will want to start a business or want to upgrade an existing one. So the call for all this is people submitted applications. I was surprised. Let me say when coming from the office, former students asking me to give them certificates because one of the requirements of CPA was said to them is that you must have a certificate in entrepreneurship. And I politely told them that the kind of entrepreneurship education we went to does not qualify with certificate. So it is people like you now that have the privilege of being part of this. That will benefit from this. So when you go out after your graduation, you know that the certificate will be very useful to you. So it is important that you take this seriously because the potential benefits are huge for you. So from here, I think I will go into the session for the day by introducing the first presenter who will be teaching us, who will be speaking us on the first one. Let me just give you a brief. Mr. Emma Silva. Yeah, that's it. You can see. They look alike, right? So Mr. Imar Silva is the founder and CEO of Imar Silva Partners. This is a management consulting firm that manages a network of business incubators in different states in Nigeria and West Africa, creating jobs and business opportunities for many. It serves on the board of many enterprises in different sectors, including agriculture, healthcare, agribusiness, and others. Mr. Silva is a graduate of biochemistry from the University of Ibadan. He also studied entrepreneurship at the Enterprise Development Center, as well as agribusiness management, both at Lagos Business School, where he also lectures as a visiting lecturer.
Can we have just to show that in the meantime, my Vice Chancellor said all protocols duly observed. Can I know if any of you have started businesses already? Can I see your hands up? If you have started businesses already. 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many of you want to start a business? Can I see your hands up? Okay, that's quite a number. All right. So these two clubs then will interact in the second half of the lecture period. So in the first half, I want you to pay attention because what we discussed in the first step is what we are going to use to engage you and for me to get a feedback in the second half. So I need you to pay attention. All right, and I will also ask questions. Also, so if you have any questions, please write them down. But I will ask questions in between to engage you, and then whatever the questions you have in the second half, you can ask me, and I will. Thank you very much. So can we have the title is Developing an Entrepreneurial Mindset and Behaviorial Skills. My name is Imar, as you can see there. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so I'm going to have to read out to you. Can you read from where you are? What it is and what it is not. Okay? So we have entrepreneurship is the readiness and ability. Two things. Readiness. And then of course it now involves ability. Some people may be ready, they may not have the ability. To develop, one, organize, and and run a business enterprise. So you can develop a concept. It doesn't mean that you can organize the things with time. And it also doesn't mean that necessarily once you do those things, you can run it as you face insolvency or face. That's why I chose this definition to give us an insight around the basics uncertainties in order to think profit. Now, at this point, I want to say something. I am eternally grateful that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm eternally grateful that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm going to list out about 10 or 11 different points of different people that we have interviewed or spoken that told me their own reasons for becoming an entrepreneur. But one of my goals, I can tell you, because I wanted financial freedom. I wanted a situation whereby at a particular age, I can say that I don't want to get up in the morning and go to work. Whether it is my business or the business of somebody else, I don't want to go to work. I want to sit at home, and I want money to be coming to me, and I want to make sure that my family is fine, my health is fine, and I can do what I like to do. Okay? So I'm saying this because you are now going to place where you are going to ask yourself, what are your own motivations? Before you understand what it means to build the right mindset. So let's look at the second definition. Entrepreneurship involves the creation, extraction, or transfer of economic value. Keyword value. Creation, you can create value for people and make money. You can extract value and make money. You can transfer value and make money. You see these things. In a broader sense, entrepreneurship is the process of transforming the status quo by solving the most pressing problems and pain points in our society, often by introducing an innovative product or service or creating new market. I'm going to read that again. In a broader sense, entrepreneurship, because I see people are writing down, I want to this out. In a broader sense, entrepreneurship is the process of, okay, by the way, I have a scan code at the end. So if you have your iPhone or if you're normal phone with the app, you can just scan and get the whole your phone. All right? So, if you want to write that, in a broader sense, the process of transforming the status quo by solving the most pressing problems and pain points in our society, often by innovating product or service or creating new markets. Now, if I was somebody that wanted to live this kind of life I wanted, it meant that I couldn't run away from problems and pain points. Did you see the definition? It said that if you want to be an entrepreneur, you should be somebody that is ready to face problems. To look, in fact, the real entrepreneurs look for where the problems are. But the majority of people, what happens to them when they see problems? What do? Thank you. So one of the first things that you need to know that if you want to live this kind of life, you will have to face, when you say problems, let me use the word challenges and pain points. Your eyes will be open to look at where are the pain points for people. What can I do to solve them? And with what product or service can I solve these problems? That is the beginning of entrepreneurship. Are we clear? All right. So, as I said, if I knew that this will not come up so well, I would use whiteboard or some highlights. But please feel free. At the end, I'll put the scan code and you can easily scan and get the lecture in your phone. Okay, so let's go to the next. the mindset, but you also have to have managerial skills. That is not what I'm going to treat. You're also going to have interaction skills. And let me also add that you need to also have access and you need to be hungry for knowledge. So 4 things: personal characteristics, interaction skills, managerial skills, and a hunger for knowledge. These are things that you will need to build the right kind of foundational mindset. Let's move to the next. So having the right mindset from the beginning. If you're going to have the right mindset from the beginning, you ask ourselves a question. Everything you do in life, everything you do has a why factor. Why do I do this? Why are you in school today? You are in school today because you want to get an education. Why do you want to get an education? You want to get an education so that you'll be able to, one, fulfill the dreams you have, make an income, it will be useful to that. So there's always a why factor to everything we do. So these are a number of why factors of different entrepreneurs when we interview them. Now, some of these entrepreneurs have 1 or 2, some have 3, 4 of these motivations. Now, I want you, because in the second half you're going to interact with them, I want you to ask yourself, what are your own motivations? Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? One person said they want their creativity and innovation, but their creativity and innovation doesn't fit into the normal traditional work out there. They can't imagine how the kind of ideas they have. They don't know how they're going to cope with the kind of system that is outside. That's motivation. Another person said they want a lifestyle that isn't bound to 9 to 5. To do the price of their time. They say, no, I don't want to get up in the morning. I don't want to get dressed every day, rush, go there in the morning. I want to be able to take my time and do what I want. Now, some people look like a lazy person, but some of these motivations are what drive people to do some very extraordinary things. All right, so that is why I said let's go through this. The one person said they are passionate about learning, trying out and practicing what new things they learn, create their own path. They look around, they say, all these things I'm watching, good things I'm watching online. I don't see people practicing these things, but I want to practice them. I want to do these things. And because of that, I'm going to create another path for myself. Some other people said their ideas are conventional. And let me stop and start asking some questions. I want to engage you. Important. Inside this, your mind are brilliant ideas. I need to trigger them today. I need to give fuel to them. Now, can you give me some examples of ideas that looked absurd or look like somebody can achieve them in times past? I mean, just think of anything. Let me raise your hand so you can answer. Just think of ideas. Thank you. Aeroplane. I'm sure from decades and hundreds of years ago, if you do something that people will enter one car and everybody will fly in the sky and go somewhere and land safely in another place, thousands of miles away, nobody will believe it. Nobody will believe it. But some people thought that this is possible. I'm not trying. Can you give me another idea? Yeah? Video call. In fact, that thing you're saying, I used to think that. I remember as a 12-year-old kid, I remember asking myself, how I wish that one day I could stay in one place and talk to my relatives or friends abroad. What you're saying actually is something that I had imagined. How can I do that? Is it possible? How can I do that? But today, at such a low cost, you can talk to anybody, anywhere in the world. Because I think we are speaking live, right? Actually happening right in front of us. Any other ideas, please? Because I need to figure this. Any other? Yes, please. Electric cars, thank you. Just imagine that we had the percentage of the cars out there now as electric cars. Well, problem will not be a problem. But some people believe this, or maybe at least I believe. But I said we can have electric toy cars, and some people say, why should it just be a toy car? It can be an actual car. Any other idea? One more. It's the same. It's the same. I want something different. Yes, please. Fantastic. Mobile apps. You know, one of the businesses I do is agriculture. And you know, one thing that as you're speaking that came to mind is that there's an app that if you get into any bush or anywhere and you don't know what the plant is, if you have that app, just point it, take a shot, and you tell you what the name is, and you get all the details you want after that. Before, anybody that wants to do that will have to go to a library, pay for it, start researching, looking for researchers. But now, it's story. Chat GPT. If you have not heard of Chat GPT, raise your hand. If you have not, if you have not heard of Chat, don't be. There's nothing wrong by raising your hand. I didn't know from months ago too. If you have not heard of Chat GPT, can you raise your hand? Okay, thank you. I want you to, when you read this, I want you to go and check what is Chat GPT. All right, and then you will understand the power of the human mind and the mind you guys have out there. Nigerians are doing fantastic things globally. Globally. So there's nothing different from those ones doing miracles out there and what you have in the 3 or 2 years. You can do the same thing and even more. Okay, so number 5, they want to do things to be remembered. People, that's why they do these things. Someone like Elon Musk, I asked myself, why should he be doing all these crazy things? I'm sure something motivates him. And these are some of the reasons that motivate entrepreneurs. Next one, they want to change the world and make a difference. When, for example, Microsoft came out, Windows, it changed one man and his team, changed the entire globe. One person and his team changed the whole world in the way we interact with them. What prevents you from thinking that deep inside you are ideas that can change this world, that can make life better for people, that can solve problems that are holding us back? Grow something from almost nothing. That's another motivation for another person. You say, I don't have anything, but I'll take nothing. I'll make something out of it. Somebody said, I don't like being bossed around. How many of you don't like being bossed around? Let me see a hand up. If you don't like being bossed around, yeah, I'm also like that. For me, it's more like when I used to go, when I get employed, when I finished from university and I was getting some offers, it wasn't that my bosses were bad or difficult. Somebody said, oh, they need paint. They are painting the lecture hall outside. Are you a painting? I said, I wouldn't lie that I don't. But what am I saying? I was after a particular lifestyle. And whatever I was going to take, I was ready to take those. Okay? Some people like taking risks. Boys, especially. Not for boys. We like taking risks. Boys, am I right? Girls, do you like taking risks like that? Girls nowadays are different. You can see that it's not like before. It's not like before now. You guys have competition. Okay. Some people have no other option to survive. This happened to me. I was sharing with a lecturer here that, I was sharing with Prof that I was invited for a particular pitch contest. They want to give a particular amount of money for young. So we had 5 guys who went to university, 5 that didn't attend university. The 5 that didn't attend university, we used to sell pure water, second-hand clothes, groundnut, tiger nuts. There's nothing they are not sold. The ones that went to university did a few courses in entrepreneurship, not like what your university was. I just want to thank you, Vice Chancellor and our directors, for the amazing work you're doing. Please clap for them. By the time we finished with the competition, the 5 that was selling on the street floored the graduates. They took first, second, and third money. So my children had to in the university. I told them, I said, you come out with just your academic degree and you don't know how to survive. The people that they go to university will follow you. You'll be shocked what will happen. Now, you guys are even at an advantage. You're going to get a certificate that can even give you access to funds. So, those guys have no option but to survive. They're very specific. So there they were selling any and everything. Number 11, some people want to retire from actively working in the retire early like me and achieve financial freedom. I've already told my doctor, say I can take those people. We give you entrepreneurship. In fact, ACCI, I coach them when they were in secondary school. It's up to you to start a business. I will support you, but don't depend on it. Okay? So, now, we are going, I just want to go back to that square again as we move on to the next slide. Personal characteristics, interaction skills, managerial skills, and offer. I want to face, please let's go back. My focus is actually on the foundation. Look at the personal traits of your mindset. What makes up your mindset? Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Now, I'm going to take these things separately. If you look at these things, they all look similar, but they're not similar. In being an entrepreneur, there's a mindset you need at the beginning. There's a mindset that is when you're conceiving, like at this stage, there's a mindset. When you actually go ahead and do something, that's another level. You start something. When you have started and you're facing problems, still there's another mindset you need. And if you want to start a second business, you now need to take what you know from the first one and add to it. So the mindset is a continual thing, it's not a one-time thing. This mindset you're going to have is an evolving thing. You need to continually build and strengthen your mindset. The first one is value creation. I started with that for a particular reason. And the second one is the right perception of wealth, or wealth itself. Because you can have all the others. You can make money, or you can become a nuisance if you don't have a profit. If you don't have an idea of value and an idea of true wealth, you can end up becoming a man with money in the bank, but you are not so useful to the community and society, and they will not remember you. In fact, they will remember you for the wrong people. It's important I set those first two in place before we go on to the others. Okay, so let's move to the next one. Next slide. a mindset of value creation. When you're a businessman, as you're sitting there, most of you are thinking that the value is only for yourself. If the value is only for yourself as a business, for you to go reach and go back, then there's a problem. Because somewhere along the line, you can become greedy and self-centered, and your employees can start complaining and start leaving you. They can start walking away from you because you're only concerned about yourself. You don't see that you're a value creator for more than yourself. Value to others, meaning investors. The businesses I have investors from Nigerians from outside the country, and I have Nigerians from inside the country. Every day, I carry them in my mind because I'm responsible not only for myself, but also for them. That means that as I build the business, I can't just say, oh, it's only about myself and what I can do. It's about them as well. It's about my employees. I can't say, oh, because things are hard, I will just sack everybody. No. So there is value. Business success is at the center of value, also the customers. You can't say, I'm selling Gary, but this Gary there is a lower quality because things are so difficult. It's a matter of that. So value to yourself, your investors, value to your employees, and value to your customers. It's central in your mind. I don't want you, there's no point of me teach you today, and then you end up as somebody that does not value all the three groups of people. Next slide, please. Now, value is not only about value creation, but value transfer. I'm going to just introduce this because I'm not only going into detail of this. Your lecturers, other lecturers will take you. Every business has something called the value chain. Every business has something called the value chain. Let me take an example. Let me take agriculture. Somebody owns the land, right? Or you buy the land from somebody. Is it true? There are landowners, Abi. There are people that sell seeds, Abi. There are people that sell fertilizer. Am I right? Those are all people at the beginning of the chain. You can see in farm logistics. Then you have the farmers themselves. There are people, this applies to every business. Then you have the actual farmers, people that actually grow things. The people that actually do the work of growing the different crops or whatever. Those are people in operations. Then you have the people that once the produce is ready, they'll put them in trucks and carry them out, or harvest, the people that harvest, and people that carry them out to different locations and go and store them. Those are outbound logistics people. Then you have the marketing and sales. There's even processing in between. Some people process those things. And then there's marketing and sales, where people market this. So all these are part of a value chain. So you're not the only one in the business. You're part of a much larger value chain. Whatever the business you're going to take on, you're part of a what? Value chain. Don't ever forget that you are in isolation. You are not. So what affects the value chain can affect you. All right? Okay, next slide, please. Entrepreneurship is about wealth creation. Am I right? What's the point in doing entrepreneurship if you cannot survive? You can't even take care of yourself. It is important to have the right mindset towards riches and wealth as an entrepreneur. True wealth is not what you gain by depriving other people. I told you, I don't want you to be my lecturer and for me to hear one day that you're somebody that made money by depriving other people. It's a hallmark. It just tells you that there is no sustainability, just a matter of time. You will fizzle out. True wealth is not what you gain by depriving others. True wealth is what you gain by creating value for others. Whatever you do, look at all the most successful businesses in the world. They are creating value for you every day. Any business, like Prof was saying, that somebody wants to come and do fake registration, that is depriving other people. That business cannot survive. Already, Prof said they found somebody else. You feel out because the system will kick against you. Sooner or later, they may look as if it's prospering, but it's just a matter of time. I can guarantee that the children will not enjoy those lessons too long. But you know, businesses that have lasted for generations, right? Can you give me examples? Can anybody give me an example of a business that has lasted for many years, beyond the generation? Can you give me an example? Nestle. Excellent. Yes? Pure Life International. Okay, I'm not telling you about that. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is an excellent example. How does one company have a formula that others have tried to copy and also succeeding? But they still can't get the same formula, and this is generationally prosperous. Any other example? Car brands. Boys, which car brand is the oldest one? Ford. Okay, which other one? Old. Benz. Mercedes-Benz. They've been there for generations, right? Okay. So let's move to the next slide. Now the next one is self-confidence. We are starting with self-confidence. We start with self-confidence, all right? We don't value, we don't the right wealth mindset. Self-confidence. Now, when you talk about self-confidence, it's not so much about other things, about you. Self-confidence, please, if you are giving, let's not make noise so that you won't distract the others. We have other lectures at this. Self-confidence is an attitude about your skills and ability. Before you start something, you must have a level of self-confidence. You can't go into entrepreneurship without self-confidence. At this point, I want to stop and say something. When I was younger as an entrepreneur, I used to think that entrepreneurs are born and not made. But I have enough evidence now to show that some people, they were the most unconfident people. They were the most scary crowd. They were so afraid of everything. But today they are even better than the natural entrepreneurs. Because they told themselves that I will learn what it takes because I want to be a particular kind of one myself. And today I have real life examples, particularly ladies, always afraid of one thing or the other. But some ladies today, hey, when I say solid businessmen and women, only business women, they are not, but they were afraid to even start. Even just start, they were afraid. So, you need to build, if you don't have it, some building. You can listen to others, associate with the right kind of people. If you move with the right people, you have their mindset. It means you accept and trust yourself and have a sense of control in your life, knowing your strengths and weaknesses well. It's important to know your weaknesses and say, don't tell yourself lies. If you are afraid of something, tell yourself, yes, I'm afraid, but I know I'm going to have to overcome this. Don't tell yourself lies. If you know you're strong about something, don't let anybody discourage you and tell you that you don't have that strength. Don't let anybody discourage you and tell you that you don't have it. You have it. You set realistic expectations. See the word realistic and goals. Communicate assertively. Very important. Somebody that has the right kind of self-confidence can handle criticism. That is, if they criticize you, if they try to correct you, you will not fight back. Say, no, you can't talk to me like that. You have to be secure in yourself. What did I say? Secure in yourself. You have to be settled in your mind. Not the one that somebody comes to contest, you start fighting back. You think you have self-confidence. You know, like when you guys, let's say you're going to walk with and you want to play a match. Some people make noise outside the pitch. I mean, is it not the coffee of family? But get on the pitch. Now know that it's not by that is bragado. That's not real self-confidence. Not task. So now this self-confidence is not task. We are not talking about a particular task. Let's say in your business there was a one particular thing and you were not self-confident. That's a different definition. But this is about you generally. It's not task specific. Self-appraisal is independent of goal, not from a particular goal. It's about who am I? How do I feel about myself? Am I secure? Next slide. Now we go to self-efficacy. Different from self-confidence. Self-efficacy is different from self-confidence. You know, I don't like to talk so much about not for it to be interactive. It's important I lay this down before I still have about 30 minutes before we get interactive. Self-efficacy refers to an individual's belief in his or her capacity to execute behaviors necessary to produce specific performance attainment. That is, you started a business, you had the confidence to start a business. Let's say the ladies want to start a salon. They started the salon. Or when it came to doing a particular kind of maybe they were going to do facial, they now started doing things. I can't do facial. That's it. They're not having an issue of self-efficacy in that particular area. You have the self-confidence, but you now need help in a particular area. All right? Specific to a task. To a task specific, context sensitive, to a particular context. Maybe it's in the context of where you work. Maybe you say, in this particular climate in Nigeria, I can't do this thing. But if somebody shows you how you can do it, you will do it. You say, Nigeria, me, I'm looking the fastest way to get out. As you're talking like this, people are coming. My brothers are here. I was talking to Prof. Somebody opened 6 branches of a restaurant in Abuja City. I asked guys, 6 in 2.5 years. So I said, you're not afraid to invest money. You say, it's time to invest money. We don't have competition. We don't have competition. So this one is about, can I do this particular thing? So when you see this word self-efficacy, I'm trying to build a foundation to understand the mindset. Yeah. So the next one, please. Self-motivation is another one. Look at that quote by Albert Einstein. It is not that I'm so smart. It's not that I stay with problems longer. That's why I say some people, when they're getting into business, you say, can this one succeed? The person is so afraid. I have personal examples of people I have seen. I never believed. Even me, I didn't believe they would succeed. But today, they are a challenge to me. So if you're one of those people that's afraid, that's not sure, that says, everything seems to be falling apart, you may not be a failure. There's a very big possibility that it will be a success. And what was the thing? They said, I stay with my problems longer. When other people are picking up, or they are not to sleep over, I have decided that I will stay on it. I will stay on it till I find a solution. I will stay on it till I find a solution. Self-motivation is an internal state that helps us to initiate, continue, or terminate a behavior. You can understand the initiative, you can understand what my company. I believe that there's some things you are doing in your business. You should be able to say, no, I'm not doing this again, I'm going to do it differently. You have to learn to change direction. If it needs to, if it needs to. Able and willing to work without being told what to do. Entrepreneurs, please, let me be honest with you. As you're looking at some of us and thinking that this guy is very young, you can now say they want to do their thing. You know that when people are doing 9 to 5, you are doing 24 hours. When some people are doing 9 to 5, you are doing 24 hours. Because you can't go to sleep, you are responsible for investors. I have a staff of about 60 something people. I can't see. I mean, the systems matured and the people began to learn how to take care of themselves. How to pay their salary. Okay, I don't know whether I said it was the first 2 terms. Okay, first term and second term that started one of our businesses. My children didn't go to school for half the term because I had to pay what? Salaries. First term, they didn't go to school for half the term. The second term, they didn't go to school for half the term because we didn't want to share our salaries. But today, we have a workforce. They didn't do foreigner training, run by Nigerians. Beautifully, running beautifully. No, that's the truth. That's the truth. Because they feel that they have a stake in it. They have a stake in it. They are owners of it. And give them a deal that when they step out, they say, we are going to say something. So that is so the last one tries to keep very equal to the face of setbacks. That is self-motivation. So it's different from when you are ready to start, it's very different from when you are learning different tasks. Doing what to do. Self-motivation, continually motivating yourself. When your friends are sleeping, I said I was doing business in UI, right? I used to sell shoes. You know, some of us we need stuff from school. My mom was a single parent, and she was a teacher. So I didn't have any rich dad or rich mom that had plenty of money. I was a student in UI, just like you. So I would do all kinds of things because there was no funds. I had to do trading. Trading is something you do when you don't have much funds and you want to keep up. You buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. So you make this change here, you make change here, add it together. All right? So, but all these things not only lessons. Next one. Resilience. I like this one. Resilience. How do I say, I envy you guys on one side, then I'm afraid for you guys in another way. Let me tell you why I envy you guys. I envy you guys because you live in a generation where technology is at a level that baffles me. Baffles me. And you guys are born into this technology. You guys probably were born into phones. Am I right? From the time your phones are all around, we know the phone. They are laughing. Because they know the guy is there, even ashamed looking away. Because the phone we use. That's how it is. You do not dial the whole number. Then you hold it in your hand like this. The box will be down. You hold it. If you are sure that somebody has access. At the time, to make a international call, I will drive from my house almost 50 kilometers to make an international call. For you guys, men, I envy you guys. What you have at your disposal is phenomenal. In fact, you will be held more responsible than I am. They need to operate. Because what you have at your disposal is nothing compared to what I have. But I'm also afraid for you people. Because with every positive thing comes a negative side to it. Because you can be so you can do so much from your seat, in your room, on your bed, that you feel that life, I don't need to stress myself so much. In fact, a whole lot of rubbish will even come to channels like that and distract you. You look at the world outside you, out there in other places, you see this bleak lifestyle, people doing up and they're like, I don't feel like this. Remember what I said? Well, that is gotten by depriving other people. It's not true well. You can't just look at lifestyles out there and begin to think that I want to do anything to get this. No, you can't. Now, that's why you need resilience, the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties, toughness. Motivation is important for being able to continually go on. But resilience is the ability to what? Get up when they knock you down. How many of you, because I'm a man, I was a boy that I'm using this example to, ladies forgive me. How many of you know Mike Tyson? If you don't know Mike Tyson, okay. You know Joshua the boxer? You know that those guys, when they knock them, when they beat them, they are trained to get up. When they are getting up, is there pain in their body? Yes. Eh? They stay. When they are getting up, is there blood coming from their mouth? Yes, there is. When they are getting up, do they feel like falling back? What do they do? They hold the ropes. They get back. That's resilience. Don't let anybody deceive you. If you think that because you're in the digital age and you can have it easy, they will knock you down digitally. They will punch you in digitally. They will knock you to the floor digitally. You are doing one technology here. You don't know that before you do it, they have 10 steps ahead. You ask yourself, for the last 8 months, I didn't do anything else, but I was doing this. Am I right? These are mindsets. These are foundational things. Whether you want to make digital or analog. Resilience is the process and outcome of successfully learning and adapting to different challenging life experiences, especially through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility. Remember this thing. If you want to remember this level. Blessed are the flexible, for they shall not be moved. The resilient person knows how to bear, adjust. When they bring one goal, when they use that, this goal comes back again. Do you understand? They're trying to get the mindset. You guys are great guys. Ask yourself. I'm not doing that. I believe it. I'm not to expand on that mindset. So I'm going to move on. Let's go on. Entrepreneurial creativity. Entrepreneurial creativity. It's not only good to say, there's something I like to lifestyle. In fact, I've been reading about that. But if you don't use this thing, what is this? What do you call this thing? Brain. If you don't use this brain, and all you have is motivation and self-confidence and self-efficacy, everything you have, but you're not using this thing. You have it to, but it's time to switch it off. It will not work. So, what is entrepreneurial creativity? Entrepreneurial creativity is the ability to develop new ideas and solutions to what? Problems. How many of you like running away from problems? Yes, you don't want to run away. Challenges are a part of life. Okay? It's the ability to see into the future and generate ideas and solutions and innovation. before they are needed. What is the point of now? Let me ask you, let me get what's your name? Yes. Okay.
Chukudi.
I know you cannot learn like this.
Chukudi.
Chukudi. Now, Chukudi. If you wake up in the morning and you say you want to design a motor, does it make sense? Now you may have the brain to do it, but does it make sense? Why?
I don't make plans for it.
Thank you. You already know it. So it's about knowing what people need ahead of time. Being able to know what do people need. They have this problem with their consulting. What will they even need in the future? Apart from the one that they need now. Those are the guys that people all of and we're just getting all our money for them. It is the ability to solve your customers or clients' problems or challenges before they even realize the problem exists. Before they even realize that the problem exists, you are waiting for them. You know when they are playing football, those the very good strikers, they don't start dribbling from the other half. Dribbling like 5, 6, 7 people. That's not the best striker. They can't do that all the time. They can do that once in a while. The best strikers know where the ball is going. They go and position themselves. People like Ronaldo, they don't do too much. They know where the ball is going. Didier Drogba is a classic case. You just position yourself. When the ball cannot connect, you want to, but he has gone to the goal. So you must know where the ball is going. Thank you. So next one, risk propensity. I want to make a special appeal to the ladies. It's been my experience through the years. The ladies are not as risk. They don't have the risk appetite as guys do. But once they begin to see that they can achieve results, they will take all risk you guys will not take. I'm talking about business. I have had business partners who are female. When we started, they said, this is I'm afraid let's not take it. But by the time they started seeing money entering their account, they are the ones saying, Mr. Silver, I can money. I say, you that used to be a business. In fact, you'll be shocked at what they will achieve. But I'm saying this particular to the girls here, that you may have that initial but don't allow yourself to do but you don't get the thing. Guys, but once, but this is not just for this is also for one thing I've told so many discussions is that we are discussing it. Don't take too much too soon. If you start taking your project, your business project, little by little, you can test every stage, every week, do every stage before you want to test. So there's nothing wrong with taking risk that is manageable. What did I say? Risk that is manageable. Manage that risk that is manageable. Risk taking from this can be defined as a person's orientation to taking risk. Some people is low, some people is high. Risk-taking is an element of the personality of it, which is considered critical for the decision to enter the entrepreneurship career. Next one, entrepreneurial leadership. Entrepreneurial leadership. Entrepreneurial leadership now has to be not just two. But all the other people you are having to deal with. You have to deal with your employees, right? You have to deal with your customers, right? You have to deal with your investors, right? You have to deal with your suppliers, right? Now, how do you lead as a businessman? Or businesswoman, that is also critical. Entrepreneurial leadership is a mindset that focuses organizations on turning problems into opportunities that create economic and social value. So it's not only you that has to become a problem solver. Your team has to learn how to solve problems with you. You cannot be solving everybody's problem. You will die or you will collapse. So you have to, and some of them will drag your feet. God will say, hey, why is this man to alive? But you have to help them, guide them, hold them when you need to. You have to balance everything to build a team and guide everybody. Such leadership aims to cultivate entrepreneurial individuals and teams that fully leverage their creative potential and creative value for an organization. Let's go back to that class. Such leadership aims to cultivate entrepreneurial individuals and teams that fully leverage their creative potential and creative value for an organization. I'm going to say something. There's a word. If you start building a business, you may find out that you may think that you're the entrepreneur, only that you're the only entrepreneur. You may find out that some of your staff are even better entrepreneurs than you. That they are smart at this better than you. So, particularly in this age, forget traditional mindsets. Try and see how you can make them over, make them closer. Build new alliances and partnerships. If they were on a 200,000 naira salary before, you find out that this guy is the regular of money. Don't keep him at 200. What you've been able to do is amazing. You are an entrepreneur, you are an entrepreneur, but you are inside the business. I'm going to see what I can do. In fact, if you're able to make anything from, let's say, 1,000, pay 200,000, he was making 1.5 million from that line. Profit. It's not just that if you make anything about 1.7 million, I'm going to give you 50%. If that is very exciting, you already making 1.7, anything about 1.7. 50%, you have started making not officially in the state government, but cash is coming this way. We understand. So leadership, I mean, I can't be going into this now. So many things. But I will stop here. The other two, can you just do the next slide? Now, interaction skills and managerial skills are really not my. It's not my. I'm not. That is not what I'm supposed to go to do. Because those are. See the one after this. Managerial skills. Okay, so these are things beyond beyond mindset. Yeah, all things that other lecturers will take. So I will go back to where I am. And now that we have finished 1 hour, almost exactly 1 hour, we will now interact. So can we please go back to the beginning? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Stop there. There are lots of volunteers. People are raising, please raise your hand before you start. Please clap for her. She's not shy. She's not shy. She's taking a risk. Some of you are afraid of taking a risk, but she's taking a risk. All right. Who else wants to be a volunteer? All right. Another lady. These ladies are like, they're not afraid of this. What are you? These ladies. Oh my gosh. Thank you. At least you're not going to say sit down and any one of them that is talking will know themselves and you know who it is. Happily, you guys can sit down. I need 2 boys. Somebody like eh? Boys, thank you. That's number 2. And 1 more boy. Thank you. Listen down. Now, out of the boys and girls, how many of you have businesses already? Can you see the research here? My lecturer, you can see, they already have businesses. See all of them. You can see that because when I ask how many people have registered this, but these ones that stood up, they have already started making businesses. You have a business. 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 Okay? Hello, my sister. Are you on Snapchat? You have a business. You're not the only one that does that. I thought I would have an even distribution. Okay. Okay, let's start with you. People that have businesses. Let's start with you. Which of these things were, please stand up. Which of these things were the things that motivated you out of 1 to 10? Read the thing out. No, the one that applies to you. These are guys that are already practicing something. Number 3, read it out.
We are passionate about learning, finding, practicing, new things, learning.
Thank you. What's your name? Ibrahim. Number 3 was something that motivated him. He was passionate about learning, trying out and practicing new things and creating his own path. Any other ones here before we go to the next slide? No?
I think number 5.
Number 5. You want to be remembered. Let's go to the next slide. How does this one?
I got 7 and 8.
See, he quickly chose number 7 and he wrote something from almost nothing. So that thing was something that motivated you. And number 8, you don't like the person. Now, thank you. Let's go to, do you have a business? Do you have a business at this moment? Yes? So, let's see how motivation is. I want to show you that people have different motivations. It's not the same thing. And some people add some other motivations. Number 7. Number 9. Can you imagine? Me, I was saying girls don't want to take risks. And number 1 is she wants to take risks. You can see. Which I've done several times. Number 10, there was no other option to survive. I must do this. You can see the motivations are different. Thank you. Next person. Now, you want to start a business. Okay, then tell me out of business what your motivations will be. Number 5, you want to be remembered. Okay, and now the next set of slides. Let's go to the next slide. Out of this one, which one will be? Number 7 and number 11. Number 7, grow something from nothing. And number 11, was retire actively from activity going on like that and achieve financial freedom. You can see again that these things are different, and because of that, the kind of businesses they will choose. They will choose different kinds of businesses because of their motivation. Next lesson. Please, can somebody help me with that phone? Your name, please introduce yourself.
My name is Cyrus.
All right, cool.
Okay, what was the results? Number 5.
Number 5, you want to remember this. Being remembered seems to be a common one. All right, next one. The other side.
Yes, number 7, number 8, and number 9.
Number 7, 8, and 9. She wants to do something from almost nothing. She doesn't like to be bossed around, and she likes taking risks. Okay? Those are communicated here. Wrong. Next, lady. On the list. Number 2. Number 2, she wants a lifestyle that isn't buying 95. Look like 95. Number 1. Okay, you don't like the traditional work environment. Okay, number 4, you have ideas about your organization.
I make plans. I sell to other people. I actually go on to sell things that are not doing that. So it's
Do you have anything on the other side? The other is number 6.
yes,
Number 8, you don't like to be bossed around. You can see that that one is also a common thing. Number 10, no other option to survive. You're likely to go from hostel to hostel. Yes, now.
I used to go. I want to class. It's also class.
Anything to survive. Okay, final. That's it. What's your name? Speak loud. First slide, please. Yeah. Number 3, your passion for learning, trying out, and practicing different.
Yes, offer a service that nobody wants to do. Sales, something. I like to know what it's all about. So that's right. I also want to do something to remember. For quite a lot of people, that's people who they also learn that there's something really something that's going to be like.
Any other things?
I don't like it.
Don't like being bossed around. You can see that they don't like it.
Also, yeah, I like technology.
See, taking this is common with you.
They also thought, of course, it's possible to change through the service that we do. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Most of them have started businesses. I want to come back to them where we will talk about the traits and find out which of the areas have been their own problems. Is it motivation? Is it resilience? Is it that when they started, when they fall down, they don't want to get up? What are the problems? Because you need to see that these are very common. These are not things we're just teaching on a slide. These are things that we face. So, but before I come back to them, I want to know those that don't have business. I didn't choose you before. You want to start a business. Can I see a hand of any volunteer? Okay, one. Again, this is two. Guys, let's go to this business. Thank you. 3, 4. Guys, thank you. Okay, I have 2 guys at the back. I think is it 2 guys at the back? Yes, I have the voice of. So we know there's 6 of them. So let's start with first of you. What do you want to start, and what business do you want to start, and what is your motivation? Let's be quick about this, okay?
My name is Godwin Awash. I want to open a small restaurant.
Small restaurant. Please clap for her. What are you going to serve in the restaurant? Let me ask you for a second.
I want to do.
Hey! Let it motivate you all. Number 3, she's passionate about learning, trying out and practicing what we do. So, are you passionate about cooking, catering?
Yes.
That's a question. Okay. What about number 4, ideas that are books that we are not studying.
No, like I want to learn other tourists.
Orange soup. Next slide.
Number 7.
What else? Number 10. No other option than to survive. Excellent. After okay. Your name, your business.
My name is Abdul. I actually want to found a consultant.
Wait, she doesn't want to just start a business. She wants to find a conglomerate. Who knows what a conglomerate is? She's a number of businesses. How many businesses together?
So I want to find a business.
Hey! She wants to buy and sell a business. So, hey! Please clap for her.
I mean, sure, they're like, okay, it's come but I think So creating business can make us can be involved in this. Yes. So if only if I know of other Nigerians themselves, they want to do business. Let me be that angel investor.
Oh, I love that. I feel like that. Okay, so how about these things?
Obviously, I try to do outside the box. Number 4.
Unconventional, what else?
I definitely want to be remembered.
You want to remember?
I want to change the world, not only the world, but Nigeria. Yes. I don't like being popular. Especially like I said, when you come to country, say Nigeria, who goes around, whether we are from US, you want to survive, then if I left, I want to retire and I want to be young as well.
I want to retire so that I can enjoy my life. Please clap for her. Thank you. Oh, I think the guy is not here. The guy is raised up his hand. Who was it that raised up his hand? My brother, introduce yourself and the business you want to do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to us at the extended. My name is Abby Shit from the Department of Social Science and International Relations. That's a key driving factor to become an entrepreneur, which all that is stated here are so important for everybody that is trying to start a business. Well, as let's say, as a starter, come back to start the business of printing, publishing, all this production of books and printing and publishing. I think it is really encouraging. I study my environment first before thinking about this business because something like that is so scarce in my environment. And schools around there too, which individuals need someone that at least make a production of books and some other publications because we can't the rate, the rate at which people gather that they need this kind of scarce in that area. That is just me. And even if I try as much as possible to switch to other location, there are so many businesses that can be done. So the main purpose of doing all this business is just to satisfy needs, all of this. Because without being man, there's no business. That's just and among those things listed there, I think I'm five from the very young. So it's very good. Not yet survival at this young stage. Not until you get old, that's when you start thinking of something to do. Then that's when to change the world is to be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to point to two things he said, which are very important. He said that he looked around his environment and found out what was lacking. Some of us will be abusing our environment. Can you imagine there's nothing this are not there? Nowhere to do publishing. Instead of abusing the environment, why don't you look and say, what can I do? Is there possible? If I can't do it, can I come together with my friend? Can I do something? Can we do something along this line? Then he said something again. He said, before you grow old, if you don't think of this now, is it after you have your 4 children and your wife is pregnant with you that you can't start saying what he said is that start thinking now while you're young. Because let me tell you why. It takes time for businesses to grow. It takes years of business is like a baby. You nurture it. If you cry, hey, you pet it. It's like a baby. Before it grows and says, I cannot be supporting myself. And after some time, it can now be so strong it can support you and pay your bills. So what he's saying is that pay attention to this while you are young, while you have it. You know that sometimes when you're older, you're not around. You're also out of sync with the technology of the times. It's better you understand the technology of the times. Get it good now. All right, so the other guys in the back. Yeah,
My name is Emmanuel Chibuke. I'm from the Department of Science. Actually, the business I like to go to is real estate business. Because real estate business.
so you said wine tasting.
Real estate business. I've come to love real estate. And I did some research, and it's a really good business to go in. More time and more energy and resources before it will actually come to land. But if putting much effort, I know that return is going to come to a greater aspect. One of the major things that is driving me towards that is because I want to make a difference. One. Two, I want to see us are going to survive and change some aspects in my life and that of my family. I also, I've been learning, I'm still keep learning, and this number 3 is another thing that I'm not driving was the partners about learning and trying and practicing what you have learned. That's another thing that really drives me towards the real estate business.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, he added something again. I want to point out. He said, not just take care of myself, but to take care of my family. You don't know that entrepreneurs are the ones, you are the economic generators of the society, of the country. If there are no businesses, nobody will be employed. The government cannot employ everybody. You're the economic generators, and you feed homes, you feed lives, you feed families, you feed towns and communities. That's what you do. A particular business, for example, how many of you have heard of Dangote Refinery? The Dangote Refinery, okay, they are about to just stop in Lekki just because of the refinery, the number of businesses that are around. Hundreds of thousands of businesses because of one. Employ hundreds of thousands of people. Livelihoods because of that. All right, we have one other person. Is he there? Okay. All right, cool. I don't want to drag it on, but I just want to go back to one final thing. Is to go back to the percentage of people and ask them not about their wife after wife they start. But please, can we go to the list of where the mindset, the mindsets are? No, forward, just forward. Yes, stop there. Stop there. Now, if you had a problem, the first set of people that we have, because I want to make sure that you don't try too long as well. The first set of people we had, because you've already started businesses, I want to ask you not only your motivation, but now where have you had issues with the mindset you're supposed to have? Where did you lack? And where were you strong in? What were your strengths out of this? And what were your weaknesses? Remember value creation. Everything is about value. The right perception of wealth. Self-confidence about yourself. Self-efficacy about particular tasks that regard to your business. Self-motivation is about keeping going on. Resilience is when they smack you and knock you down, how you can settle, how you can keep going. Risk, creativity, ideas, risk propensity, how much risk you can take, and last, you are going to build leadership skills to lead other people in the right direction. So, I will start with you. I'll start with you. What were your strengths? What were your weaknesses?
My name is Bryson. Yeah, actually, my strength here is self-confidence. I have self-confidence. And resilience. Resilience, if they don't feel get up again, actually. And self-motivation. Self-motivation, keep going on. Keep going on. And risk propensity. You can take risks, propensity. And then leadership. You can build teams.
Next person. Self-confidence. You can trust yourself.
Yes.
Thank you so much. She qualifies herself as being dependable. Not that we start something and we start, okay, I can't do. She will do it, whatever the circumstances. You can depend on her. All right. What are your strengths? Sorry? You are not really resilient. When they punch you, you can shake. All right? Self-motivated and self-confident. So you can see self-confidence is running through all three of them. Next one.
Firstly, self-motivation.
Self-motivation.
Self-confidence.
Self-confidence.
Resilience.
Resilience. We are not going to back down. All right. Our designer handbags. Value creation. This is the first person talking about value creation. All right. Ideas. Okay.
So, if I meet people and people like say something that is so bad, I find it feels so, I find it makes it feel so, it makes it feel like, I just feel like somebody people do, or a big girl like telling that. So, it doesn't really, I have something to find just to begin. So, I'm motivated. I explain that I learned from this. So it doesn't really mean and which so at times I don't at times to like if you put for instance that's just really people they are going to gain at first. So you have to just keep going. That's how it is.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. You see what she said? She said people can say different things, but she keeps motivating herself. Keeps motivating herself. She's not going to stop. She's going to keep motivating herself. All right? And then after some time, why is it this small girl that we used to see around? The next thing you now see her walk like now. maybe it's our uncle's cash and privacy. You know, one thing, I'm sorry, one thing there was a time, there was an argument that, what is your people? Everybody do Yahoo, 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 Yahoo. I have to tell them that, let me tell you the honest truth, there are a lot of young people doing fantastic things. A lot of young people doing great things that are not doing the wrong things. So don't be deceived by just looking at young people and say, this one is Yahoo, Yahoo. Even amongst yourself, be careful. You don't know what the other person is doing. You don't know. Yes.
So first of all, is this. Rendering my service when I started. I didn't have a camera, photographer. But one thing I said to myself, you can rent cameras. Why don't you rent cameras? Charge people for rent. And then once you're paying, you're paying for the service and also for the renting. So I had to give it to the confidence myself. So when I'm talking to a client, I say, okay, this is my pay. So I don't go ahead and say, okay, I pay. I have to rent a camera. You pay for it. I had to do that. I have to take risk. That was calculated. Yeah, also value creation. So I thought about it. Yeah, it's not only making money, but how else are you helping yourself? So I decided that, okay, why can't I do something that creates value for myself and the people that also working for? So having a client, I don't just take pictures and I send to them like that. Yeah, I work on the pictures, take my time. So they're not just paying for my service, they're also paying for my time and other things. Also, leadership also. It's standing out because for the longest I can remember, I had people come to me, okay, I saw your work here, please, can I? So it actually stood out actually. So I see that from the first to the second to the third person, I actually train people. This is how you do it, even if I'm not collecting on for a fact, I've learned to an extent that I can also share my knowledge. Yes.
Please clap for you. What I'm saying is that tries to make sure that you give value to his customers and go out of the way to make those shops really nice. He says that he takes risks, and he added the word calculated risks, things he can manage. And then leadership, he says that he's also grooming others. And those here, imagine you don't have a bigger contract. You know, all these guys, you can say, oh yeah, that company will get job. And it's different from calling established photographer to be charged very high when you use that contract. So everything has its pluses and minuses. All right. So I don't want to take too much of my time because you still have another lecture. But I want to, can we just go down? Next slide. Next. 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 All right, so my IT handle has some nuggets, business nuggets I share. Trying to tell very short, one sentence, maximum 2 sentences. Because there's no point of me too many things. But if you have one or two of those ideas, you can easily think of those things and chew on them. There are things out of experience. I share those business nuggets on my IT handle. My website is www.master.com, and that's my business line. If you want to know my sponsors. I think basically that's that there. How you know how to, if you have a code, you know how to scan the code right and get the presentation. Can you do that? You can do that, right? All right, so if you got the stages, can you move to the next slide? That's a scan code. Maybe that scan code will be there for you afterwards and get access to the presentation. I think with that, if you have any questions, before I hand over, because my other lecturer is here. Any other questions before we move on? No? All right. Thank you so much for listening. It was a great time to meet you.
Can we another round? From what our guests are just going to do. And I'm also sure that we are all excited and that ignited the entrepreneurship team in you. One thing I want to say is that, wow, I'm impressed with some of the responses, your ideas, your passion, your objective, and your goals. We will not want you to let it stop at that, especially those of you that responded in the ground. Now, let's see how we can take this team to the next level. That's where we are here. And for those of you who have started something, or those intending to start something, come and interact with us at the center. We will give you mentors to guide you, and in whatever support we can give you, we can do that graciously. The Vice Chancellor has approved the space for us somewhere in town where we have a business school. We are going to have what we call an innovation hub or an incubator center. Those of you who have ideas that can be implemented, as you are graduating, you can move here and foster your idea. We are starting with mentors to help you do whatever you need to do. If you come to the center, I think we design a program for managing this. I will relate this information to you very soon through the platform and everything. So please, once again, let's give our great speaker. We discussed so many people before this. I've got experience and what is it for them. I only hope that we'll be able to share more further. It's a potential mentor, good mentor. And I'm sure you love it. Now, there are many some numbers, right? As you are going up throughout this week, and then you will tell you what to do. Importantly, attendance is part of the requirement, right? And this is the daily attendance. We have about 4 or 5 sessions. So each of the sessions will have equal mark. So if you miss anyone, you are missing the mark. Not just that, even the presentation, because the exam will come to the end of the thing that we taught you today. The exam will be the same. Before I move further before we move, before we go to the next session, I just want you see, we lead by example. There are already some of you who are into entrepreneurship, and they are showing it. And I really want to acknowledge one of our students today, who is here. She's an entrepreneur, right? She's doing very good things. And I'm going to sample of our product, which is a back to now, we're going to present, we not really decided to present one of the back as a souvenir to our student vice chancellor, Professor Abdullah. So I will invite Mrs. Ibrahim, the chief advocate, to come. She's from political science in international relations. It's not just- very simple. I will push it back. I know that is international market. Right. So let me invite the other Vice Chancellor to come for the presentation. Let me just say that I'm going to make sure that I make it. Three keys are okay. Wow. Those names are very important. Three keys are okay. Thank you so much. Because my heart is really close. You know, UNIABUJA providing for you the lifelong path to success. But we don't want it to be only you. We want it to be everything and everybody, all the community, all the population. After all, we are Nigeria, and we come from all parts of Nigeria. This university understands very clearly that creation of wealth is possible by everybody and anybody. We don't want you to roam the streets and parasites. I mean, I've seen people, they finish secondary school, they finish university, they even have got to master's degree and are still dependent on their parents. Some of them are married, still go to Baba and Mama to take care of their wives or help their husband. If you do that, this university will disown you. We will say, we don't know you. You do not belong to the Europe of Nigeria. That's what we say. We must put it in your mind from now. Why do you are here? We're not saying, wait until you leave that place. Start creating wealth while you are student at university. That's why I'm so proud of the yeah, just that's support. I'm very proud of you. And the idea that you must have your business registered is compulsory. You cannot graduate from our university if you have not registered your business with CAC and you have not actually practiced there. So those of you who have not done it, you better begin. We have discussed, and CAC itself has agreed that we will send representatives to our campus. We will sit down here and help you to register. So start thinking about what name business you're going to have, and it's better you do it early enough so that you're actually getting experience for your business, even while you're a student. I'm happy to announce that in the next few months, maybe the house or whatever, the microfinance bank of the University of Abuja will kick off. You look at the right hand side, you see that building right there. Customers of the bank in the UNIABUJA. That bank is a creation of government, intentionally created to support businesses. To scale up, not just start up, sometimes start up, but also scale up. Those banks, especially the University of Abuja Business Bank, is going to work for you. So, have that at the back of your mind. And then, we are creating the University of Abuja Entrepreneurial Fund. Let me tell you what this fund is about. This fund is the way for you or after you have graduated. Because you know, sometimes when you graduate and you support somebody, you find it difficult sometimes. Parents, I don't know the kind of Nigeria bank you have. They ask you to bring 20% interest, which may not work for you. So what we are going to do as a university is to create a fund to which we put money every year. A lot of money every year. And this is going to be in perpetuity. We'll be putting money into that fund. And this will be for our students after they have graduated and they have this big business that they practice before their business. They work through this on campus. They've got mentors. They live campus. They probably are working in our incubation itself. But they need some money. Go to partner with them and give everybody the lead. Go first to class. Thank you for that. Before they come to that, they need obviously if you want to take some form of share from your living problem, but to make sure that you get something like 1%, 2%, not like 23, 25, and the market has to. We are doing all of this because of you, because you are important to us. You know, I'm looking for that time and to come. And so many times the place among you, so many of you are going to be so rich. I trust my chancellor to lead the right course with everything that is done. Having the concept of microfinance. When we are talking about business statistics, unique. I think let's give the vacancy or another. I think people different cash at the hand and cash at the back, right? By the time we have the microfinance, that difference will not be important to you because you work and get it back, no matter what you do at the national level. So thank you so much for this piece of information. Now, I think for this session, we have come back to the end. Please go to information for you. Now, like I told you in the beginning, attendance is mandatory and it's important. So what you do now is that the numbers will give, you proceed this way and meet the lecturer who will now show you your attendance and so on you go. The next session will be next week. I think the timetable has been released to you on the platform. So please go through and make sure you are there. So please, as you are working out, nobody should not miss you. The second of students will be coming to the background. So nobody should exit that way. You just come this way and meet the lecturer. So remember, you have engaged. For the next group that is coming in, please ensure that you sit department by department. Take your seat that we are taking attendance right here in the board. So sit department by department. Thank you. Colin, I will tell you exactly where you are sitting. Education, that person. Social science, immediately after education, second row. No, MBBS together, the top row. Then medicine, yeah.
Education, first row. Education, first row. Social science, followed by social science. MBBS and vet, the third row, right? Where is MBBS? Okay. Followed by vet. Where is vet? Where is agric? Okay. No. Where is law? Come down. Which one? Vet, move down, move down, move down. So that law will be aware. Okay. If you need MBBS, take first 2, 3 row. First 2, 3 row. And that next.
Hello. Hello. For the benefit of those who are just coming in, this podium is reserved for education only. Education only. Why this research for social sciences, next result is for agriculture, agric. Why last phase is MBBS, law, and get medicine. Now, this is arrangements are very, very important because we are going to take attendance as you are seated. So please, don't sit in the wrong place. Sit by your faculties. Of the great and students, I want to especially welcome all of you this afternoon for your own first session in our course, PSC 302, which is titled Mentorship, Adoption, and Coaching in Entrepreneurship. Just like you were told in your various platforms, these lectures are to run for the next 4 to 5 Saturdays. However, the way these lectures are structured is such that whatsoever you learn from our resource persons in each of these weekend meetings, what the lecturers are going to re-echo in your various lecture periods, so that any other question or issues that you are yet to clarify or that came up in the course of post-lecture issues, you will put them up to lecturers in your respective class. That would say you are having dual lecture system for this. The main lecture for this is what you do here every Saturday with our guest lecturers as they come, or that mentors as they come. And whatsoever you will discuss with you, and what your lecturers, the regular lecturers are going to re-echo and will discuss with you again in your classrooms. And what you're doing there is more of a feedback mechanism or feedback system. Things that you want to clarify further, areas that are green, new questions that are proper, and discuss with various lecturers during a lecture period. So this itself is a lecture. The full lecture is required for just 302. Our examination, everything will be determined and based on whatever you learn from here. So it's not just a jamboree, it's not just an occasion for a sit out, it is the lecture. And that's why if you look at your school timetable carefully, you will see that there's a 302 is conspicuously captured on Saturdays only. It's not a mistake, it's because this is the main lecture, whereas you saw lecturers at your lecture period. Our feedback. My name, for those who may not know me, is Dr. Prince James Behaviorial, the Deputy Director, Center for Entrepreneurship Studies. And I know a lot of you must have, if not all of you, must have read and are still reading messages I sent via university email or that are sent via your class's platform, which are going to be delivered to you. So the young man standing before you is the messenger who has been sending these messages across to you. Thank you very much. We are privileged to have with us today resource persons, and the main person that will be taking our lecture for today will soon get him introduced. Ordinarily, this is to be done by my director, but he's still busy out there with a group of persons. So on this note, because of time and the want of it, I want you to please put your hands together as I invite to the podium our guest lecturer for today, Mr. Fifi Banks. For those of them in the 400 level, is a known face. Somebody that was there with us last year, and those of them who were there, if you ask them, they will testify to the glory of God, the things that was deposited in him, from which was able to teach out to them, and how those kind of knowledge were able to assist them and help them so much, both by way of knowledge and also by way of examination. Please, it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Banks, and let us listen to what he has to present about way of lectures for today. Thanks for coming to listen.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Another round of applause for Dr. Behaviorial. Okay. We're going to do a series of clapping. And as I mentioned, the category of people you should clap for, I need to hear a resounding round of applause. Let us first clap for those people that are going to sleep through this lecture. Now let us clap for those who will not smile during this lecture. Interesting. I'm looking at my presentation. I'm looking for my presentation. Did I not give you a PDF? How come it's showing like that? That's it's like you have a whole PDF. Interesting. So now let's clap for those who are here but are not eating today. You guys were not here earlier. We have the VC. We sat through the first lecture. Let's give the VC a round. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the director of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry Best Center. That is Dr. Tinuket. She's seated here right in front. A round of applause. Now let us give a round of applause for those people that are working, the technical team, the videographer, the cameraman. Round of applause for them. Give a round of applause for yourself. Is it that much to appreciate yourself? Oh, yeah. Over the next 2 hours, we're going to be having a conversation around techniques for launching a startup. What I want to do is that I want to enjoy myself during these 2 hours because, trust me, it's really enough that I have to stand here for the next 2 hours speaking with you and having to do that on a Saturday afternoon where we can be grooving somewhere, right? But you guys will also be sitting through a 2-hour lecture. I mean, that's also very demanding on you. So if you are going to enjoy this next 2 hours with me, can I see your hand? Okay, thank you for making that commitment to yourself. My name is Banks, Fife Banks, like Bond, James Bond. If you ever like James Bond, you might like me. But if you don't like me, I'll be right back. Okay, so I want to be sure that the last person there can hear me. You can hear me. What's your name? The last man seated over there. What's your name? I'm talking to you yet. Timothy, can you shout it as if you just lost $100,000 bet? Shout your name, I need to hear you. Now imagine it was a live and death situation. Shout your name. Timlan. Can you hear you? Timlan. Okay, how do you spell that? T-I-M-M-A-N. Timlan. Okay, great. All right, let's just get started. Can you go to the next slide? Stephen, if you don't want to be stoned, like the Stephen in the Bible. All right, so these are the learning objectives. At the end of this session, I'm hoping that participants through this lecture will be able to redefine the concept of startups, at least in your mind, or maybe by virtue of your research, you must have come across the word startup and you have an idea what it means. We're going to try to define it together. We'll be able to discuss the ecosystem of startups in Nigeria. I particularly want to use Nigeria as a case study because many times when we're talking about the concept of entrepreneurship, we draw examples from the Western world. But the truth of the matter is a lot of entrepreneurship is happening in Nigeria, true or false. As a matter of fact, we're a nation of entrepreneurs. Whether you mean that in a bad way, you mean in a good way, we are always finding solutions to problems. That's who we are. It's one of our characteristics as a people. Now, we'll also look at the success and failure factors of startups, and then explain the process of translating ideas to industries. And then there is something we're going to do at the end of the lecture, which is to evaluate ourselves. You know, I have a tool that we're going to use for that. Can we go to the next one? Yeah, let's get started by playing a game. Which department is seated here? The louder you can shout, the better for me. This place. Social side. It's still the same department. Okay. Agriculture. Okay, agriculture. Mixed multitude. MBBS, legal, and the rest. Okay, fantastic. Now we're going to play a game, and I want everybody to be involved in this game because all I will do is I will just point at your group and somebody needs to respond. The game is very simple, okay? You are going to describe Nigeria with one word, and that word must start with letter C. Hello? Are we together? Why are we not worried? We're going to describe Nigeria with one word. And that word must start with what letter? Letter C. So let's start from here. Go ahead. Crisis. Chaotic. Corruption. Consumption. Criminal. There's a crisis, calamity. Okay, let's go back. Another word. Confusion. Cultural. Complicated. Champions. Creative. Okay, thank you. We can go on and on. But there's something that I want to point out that will lead us to the next thing to learn. You see, you are hearing corruption, crisis, catastrophe, confusion, complication, rules, all those negative words. Now, this is what happens to the average individual. We have somehow been programmed to focus on the wrong thing. Hello? Having said this now, I want you to describe Nigeria again, starting with the letter C, but talk about the positive things about Nigeria. You are still saying corruption. Positive words. Cooperation. That's true. Cooperation. Charismatic. Thank you. Creativity. Courageous. Competent. Confident. Right. Now you see, when were all these words before, when you guys started talking about corruption? Well, the first lesson to draw from this, and it is a general matter. What you focus on becomes your reality. Hello? The other lecture I was talking about the behaviors and the mindset of to talk to, but that's fine. As entrepreneurs, even when you are looking at problems, what you should try to be seeing should be solutions. Hello? Are we together? The Chinese in recent times are becoming the global power. Economically, even militarily, what I mean. Why? Because in the Chinese dictionary, there is really no word called problems. The word that is translated problem or challenges in the Chinese dictionary also means opportunity. Means what? Opportunity. So when you see an average Chinese, and you are telling him there's a challenge there, what you see is what? Opportunity. A lot of young people are focused on what is not working and what is wrong in Nigeria. And I hope that we can first correct that impression, because it's a strong hope. Are we together? We cannot even begin to talk about techniques to launch a startup if we don't have our minds in the right place. If the challenges and all the things that we are seeing, the chaos and everything, if they have found a way of being impressed in our minds, so much so that we don't even have any space for all the positives. Trust me, even when you are building the business, you'll not be doing it with all of your mind. And so one day, you are going to be looking for the opportunity to jackpot. Hello? How many people here want to jackpot? Thank you for being very, very straightforward with me. But a lot of people that have jackpot also are jackpot. Because, trust me, a lizard in Nigeria cannot become an alligator abroad. It's first a question of mindset. All right, having established that, let us get into our lecture for today. How many of you know this guy? Okay, I decided to put his picture there for many reasons, including the fact that he describes himself as an investor. Is that right? But where is he investing in? In comedy. Exactly. Do you know this guy is a multi-millionaire? Are you sure? How is he making his money? By making skit. They're always paying for the skit. How is he making his money? He said to me, you pay Tabinos. I think I never paid Tabinos. You have paid Tabinos before. How? How? But the data doesn't go to Sabine. Okay, the reason I'm having this in-depth analysis is you need to understand how businesses make money. We're going to talk about it. Some of these things will sound esoteric for people hearing for the first time, but we need to break it down. So how does Sabine make money? You said data. Your data does not go to Sabine. So how does it make money?
Endorsement.
Advert, right? So companies that put their advert in between the states will pay you for that. How does it make money? It makes money by what? By making people smile. How?
Endorsement.
Endorsement. Thank you. Who said endorsement? Please give me a round of applause. Because sometimes you think you know this thing until you get out. That's when you know that you don't know what you think you know. All right? And I want to try as much as possible during this lecture, move us from this place of unconscious incompetence, where I'm seeing a lot of people really hard right now, where you think that you know, but you don't actually know. Hello? And I want to move us to a place of conscious competence, where you now know that you know. Are we together? Hello? Wait a minute, how many of us are millennials here? Nobody, everybody is Gen Z. Or you don't know what Gen Z means. I don't want a camp class. I want a class where I speak to you and you speak back to me, okay? Are we together? Right. Let's go to the next one. So what is a startup? Don't try to define it. Just look on the board. Right? What I've done is to distill, two popular sources, Wikipedia and Investopedia. A startup is a company that is in the first stages of operations, right? A startup is also a company or a project undertaken by an entrepreneur to seek, develop, and validate a scalable business model. Now, let me quickly pitch my tent at business model. Whenever you talk about business model, you're essentially about how a business makes money and how a business expends money. Hello? Which is why I kept asking you, how does Sabinus make money? What's Sabinus' business model? And there are many Sabinus out there. I mean, the average Nigerian now is a street maker, am I right? Why do they keep going to that industry? You guys haven't figured out how to make it. I'll tell you, apart from the endorsement, the advertisement, is that YouTube, how many of us know YouTube? YouTube has a payment program that if you qualify for, YouTube keeps paying you again and again for your video. Are we together? How many of you are on YouTube right now? How many of you have YouTube channels? How many of those of you that have YouTube channels are monetized? You started getting money. Okay, only one guy. Give him a round of applause. Now, don't forget, this course is called Mentoring, Adoption, and Coaching. That's your peer mentor right there. If you want to get your YouTube channel monetized, look for that guy. What's your name? You say D-Money. D-Money. What's your real name? What's your real name? Musa. Okay. I'm sure you'll prepare the D-Money for Musa. All right. Now, I have my own definition of the concept of startup. Now, go back, Stephen. And I need you to read this with me. Clear your throat. Everybody clear your throat. After the count of 3, you're going to be reading my own definition of the startup. 1, 2, 3, go. A startup is a venture that you start for the purpose of scaling it and succeeding in it. Hello? The other time the lecturer was talking about the whys, the motivation of people getting into business. And there are different whys. Some people get into business so they can make money. Some people so that they can be remembered. Some people because it's the only means of survival. But guess what?
If you want to consider anything that you get started as a startup, it means that you must have the intention of wanting to scale that thing and to succeed in it. Because many people just say, okay, I want to start business. And then the first challenge that they have, they run back to 9 to 5. You can't do that if you are going to be a successful entrepreneur. Are we together? And if you are thinking that entrepreneurship is easier than working for somebody, you need to think again. Those of us that are entrepreneurs, we don't only work 9 to 5, we work 5 to 9 again. Because when everybody has gone to sleep, you now need to begin to think of meeting deadlines, ensuring that you create value for your clients who don't even know what they want sometimes. Are we together? So a startup is any venture you create with the intention of scaling it and then succeeding in it. With the intention of booming and then blooming it. Now let's go to the next. You have to help me. You have to be very agile, okay? All right. Now, from ideas to industry, I am laying a foundation, and I need you to pay attention. A lot of people are here who are already doing business. If you are doing business, can I see your hand? Great. If you are not doing business, can I see your hand? If you have been thinking, how can I get into business? Can I see your hand? Okay, great. This will be very, very good for you. You probably have wondered, the people that are in business, how have they been able to put things together? So much so that other people are exchanging money, for their ideas or even for their services or their products. I want you to first understand something about the principle of potential, because this is very important for those of us that are going to start business. Every little thing that you have can become big. Hello? Are we together? In the last class, they asked a particular lady what business does she want to go into. And I heard her say a small restaurant. You were in the last class, right? You are still here. Let's a round of applause for Billy, please. And she said something about a small restaurant. And where I sat, I showed her a bit, and I was speaking to Dr. Tulu, like, why did she have the word small to you? Why can't you just say, I want to start a restaurant? That talks about the psychology of the person answering that question. Who says that your restaurant cannot be big? Why must you have the word small to the answer? A lot of people say, I don't do small business. Hello? And this is to relate it to what I have on the board. Is that to not have a small mindset if you are starting small. Because there's something called the principle of potential. Every seed that you see, just one seed, has the potential of becoming a forest. Hello? So that thing that you have started or you are going to get started has the potential of going global. And that's the way you must think. Remember I said that the startup is the venture that you create in order to what? To scale and to succeed. Before I get to using Nigerian examples, there are a lot of businesses, that we all partake of or that we use right now that did not get started in Nigeria. If those people were not thinking right and were not thinking global, maybe those businesses would never have even gotten to Nigeria. Let me give you several examples. Facebook. Is Facebook a Nigerian company? Can Nigerians create a social network? Of course. So why haven't Nigerians created a global social network? Have you ever asked yourself? Uber. Is Uber a Nigerian company? Can Nigerians create a global ride-sharing hub? Of course. People think like KFC. Hello? Is KFC a Nigerian company? Can Nigerians create a global restaurant chain of business? Why haven't you done it? Mindset. Are we together? So, It doesn't matter whether you started or whether you're just going to get started. If you don't get your psychology right, when you start, you can only go as far as you're thinking. Are we together? Right, let's go to the next one. There's a song, they say, who runs the world? You guys should respond to me. Who runs the world? Okay, well, it's not girls. But the question I really want to ask you is, what runs the world? Ideas or execution? Hello, speak to me. What runs the world? Ideas or execution? Great. Because I know that I'm going to be speaking to you guys about turning your ideas to industry, techniques for launching a startup. And let's just keep this in. So you know, in case you are amongst those people who are very, very fond of their ideas, and will not do anything about those ideas, and keep it at the level of ideas. Let me shock you. Ideas don't run the world. Hello? Are we together? It is execution that runs the world. It is people that get to do something about their ideas. And your ideas may be brilliant. Trust me. First, let me break your heart. Whatever ideas that you have that you think is the best of ideas, the day you start executing that idea is the day you are going to see better ideas in the marketplace. Am I right or right? Exactly. So ideas are what they have. They are just substance, potential. It is when you decide to do something about those ideas that you really can build something that you can be proud of, that you can build something that can create value for other people, and you can also exchange value in the market. Execution is really about controlled, consistent performance. So it doesn't matter where your business is today. The fact that every single day you keep doing something about that business, and something will be different for different people. For some of you, all you need to do right now is to get your business registered. Is that right? But you've been thinking about that money, and you also want to buy one shoe, or you want to buy ice cream. Please, don't buy ice cream. Register that business. The VC said it, and I think the director of the Entrepreneurship Center also said it, that now we have somebody on campus that can help you register your business. You don't have to do it by yourself. You don't have help. Remember, execution is what makes the world go round, not ideas. Right? Let's go to the next one. Okay, this is a lot of information, but I will just quickly touch on a few things. When it comes to execution, there are a lot of things that you must balance, because you are at a startup level, you have just started business. In fact, you are startup, you are not really sure. But you see, when it comes to execution, you are making critical choices about your business. And it's really something that you have to balance in the mind is, your business is like a baby. If your baby poop, will you throw the baby away? Exactly. If your baby has headache, will you cut off the head? Or you keep doing something. Sometimes you can administer paracetamol, sometimes it's injection. You make different trade-offs for your business because you have a vision in mind that you are building something to scale and something that must succeed. Go to the next one. Right. Okay. Now let's quickly look at some tests and some steps when it comes to ideas, to industries. Now, the first question you must ask yourself, I'm speaking to people that are idea level now, and then I'll come to certain steps. Number one is, this is my idea. Does this solve a problem? Because some people have what I refer to as designer ideas. When they open their mouth to express their ideas to you, you are wow. You are literally impressed. You're like, wow. But does the idea solve any problem? Because guess what? If it does not solve any human problem, you will not get money for it. Are we together? The number 2 test, litmus test, you must give your idea. Is there a market for this idea? We're going to see very shortly some businesses that failed in Nigeria. And in one of the reasons that business failed is because as much as they invested money and built the tech, and all of that, they realized that there's really no market for that solution in Nigeria. Another test is to quickly find out whether people are going to pay for that idea. And later, I'm going to be talking about the lean startup model, where you keep testing at every level of taking your ideas to industries. Are we together? Now, the second to the last test is to ask yourself, this idea that I have, is it scalable? By scalable, what we mean is that if I provide this service or I sell this product to one person, can I sell it to 100 persons? Can I sell it to 100,000 persons? Can I sell it to 100 million persons? If your idea does not pass those steps, you might want to reconsider that idea. Number 5 test. Am I passionate enough about this idea? Because at the end of the day, ideas don't execute themselves. Hello? Hello? It is entrepreneurs that execute ideas. Now, let's talk about the steps from ideas to industry. The biggest businesses around, the Dangote Industries, the Goa, and all of them, and even businesses in the Western world that you see, they all started from where? From ideas. But don't forget what I said, if they had remained as ideas, we would not be celebrating them today. We would not even be using them as reference points today. But they all started where? As ideas. Are we together? So, just in case you're in this class and this entrepreneurship thing that you're talking about doesn't make any sense to you, but at some point in your life you had an idea. Well, maybe you just had a seed, for a multi-billion-dollar company. Don't joke with ideas. Are we together? Even though I have said that ideas don't run the world, but every business is built on an idea. Somebody sometimes ago had an idea that we can put a heavy metal in the air to fly people from one place to another. I'm sure the first person that person shared the idea with, they will say it's like they are not okay. But as they executed on that idea, has not become a reference point today. Has not become a multi-billion-dollar industry today. Talking about the aviation sector. In fact, another industry has been built on that. We not only fly ourselves as humans from one location to another, now we are going from Earth to the moon, from Earth to Mars. Because somebody had an idea that you can put metal in the air and move people from one place to another. So ideation is where you get started. And let me say this, your idea does not have to be that esoteric or even extremely brilliant. There is a company in America, all they sell is vintage clothing. What did I say? Do you know what vintage clothing is? It means clothes that are out of fashion. Clothes that they've used maybe in the 60s, in the 70s. That's the idea, and it's a multi-billion-dollar company. So it doesn't have to be anything extraordinary, because somebody might be asking in their mind right now, where do ideas come from? Or where do winning ideas come from? I will tell you where they come from. They come, one, from inspiration, which means that you're just inspired. But they come mostly from observation. Say after me, observation. Remember where we started this class from? I said, describe Nigeria in 1C, and we went chaotic and all of that. Every single day, those of us that have the gift of sight, we keep seeing things. Where you live, you are seeing things. When you come to school, you are seeing things. But if you don't pay attention to the things you see, every single day you are passing by multi-million-dollar ideas, every single day. In fact, the people that have changed the world, some of the people whose ideas or whose theories that we are all learning from today, case in point, Isaac Newton. The first law, I think it's in sciences, right? The first law of motion, it was by observation. The young man was just sitting somewhere looking at how apple is falling from the tree and look at the industry that had come out of that observation. So, my advice to you is that if before now you have just been moving through life without really seeing things, because there's a difference between looking and seeing. Hello? And a lot of people are saying that I don't know what business I should go into. Hello? On that your street, there is no business center, for instance. And people have to travel miles to go and print documents. And you're still going to meet Pastor and I say, pray for me, I don't know what business I should do. Are you seeing things? Of course, you're not seeing, you're not looking. There's a story in the book. I think the title of the book is Who Moved My Cheese? How many of you know that book? Who Moved My Cheese? Hey, I have a class full of millennials. Do you guys read books apart from books that you read in school? Okay, if the answer is yes, tell me the books that you read in 2022. Purpose-driven life. Who read Purpose-driven life? Who is that person? Okay, please give me a round of applause. I read that book when I was in second. Any other book in 2022? How to Sell to Nigeria by ACCI. Yeah, please give me a round of applause. Any other person that read any book in 2022? Say it if you read any book. Psychology of Money by who? Are you sure you read the book? Or your dad has it at home? You forgot the author. Okay. Any other person that read any book? The richest man in Babylon by who? That's it. Right. Give him a round of applause. The more the world changes, the more it remains the same. Let me tell you guys, you will not stand out in whatever it is that you choose to do after school. Either you choose to go in the direction of entrepreneurship, or you choose to go in the direction of being an employee, or you want to just go in the direction of academia. If you don't pay attention to learning or reading books, trust me. Look at the person beside you, tell them you must read books. I'm not going to punch them. I said, tell them. I can tell somebody. So tell them again, with some confidence in your mind, for you to succeed, for you to exceptionally succeed, you must read books. Okay, great. Let's move on. Now, I'm talking about ideation, and I'm spending a lot of time. Let's talk about documentation. This is how ideas move from ideas to becoming industries. You must learn to document your ideas and the strategies for getting it done. Now, I know that I am using some words that might be eye-sounding for some people. For instance, the word strategy. A strategy is simply an action plan. This is where I am. At the end of this year, from this idea, I want to make $100,000. How will I get there? You must document your strategies, your processes. You must document everything. As a matter of fact, the traditional way of doing business, hello, are we together? The traditional way of launching a business is the business planning way. How many of you here have written a business plan before? Don't worry, as a consultant, one of the things that we do is that we get to write business plans, and I have written business plans for which I have made millions of naira. So those of you that said, yes, we've written business plans, they play. Just they play. But that's not the point. My point is, That's the traditional way of launching businesses. We want to capture everything even before you open shop. That way is gradually becoming extinct. Trust me. Even though the world is still fixated on it, when you go to want to get credit from the bank for it, they ask you, where's your business plan? Is that right? But funny enough is that for people in the tech space, you know, from where we are borrowing some of this knowledge, this startup and all this, many of them don't take their funding from the banks. They take it from angel investors, venture capitalists, you know, and what have you. And those people often don't ask them for their business plan. Hello? They ask them for something different. They ask them for a minimum viable product. We're going to get there very soon. Okay? But just to underscore that these are the steps you must take from ideas to industry. One, you must go through ideation. And I mentioned, you know, different ways by which ideas can come. Observation, inspiration, sometimes even interpreting another person's idea, that the whole idea will come, right? Sometimes it's just watching TV and you just get an idea, right? Then you must move to documentation, ensuring that you put on paper not just a description of your idea and the problems that you're trying to solve, but also the processes, your strategies, the resources you are going to need. Are we together? You must document. Don't say, I have a sharp brain, I'm going to keep it in my head. No. The faintest of pen is sharper than the sharpest of memories. Are we together? So write it down. Even if it means you just open one email that you're not going to be using to send any mail to anybody, put it in draft so that you can always refer to it later on. Now, MVP creation. And this is very, very important because you don't have the luxury of resources when you are starting up. Even if you have a rich uncle that can give you, let's say, 5 million naira to start a business. If you were the uncle and you get your niece or your nephew, you know, 5 million naira in the first instance, and after 6 months, they come back to you and say, Uncle, I need another money. Would you be happy to give them money? Of course not. Well, even if you give them the second time, when they come the third time, you give them, you will see them there and say, let me teach you. This is not the way to spend money. Exactly. So the third thing you want to do is create an MVP. An MVP essentially means minimum viable product. I like Billy Gates. 10 years down the line, when you're going to see Billy Gates' bags, it will probably stand, you know, shoulder to shoulder with the Fendi's of this world and the Louis Vuitton of this world. Is that right? Am I right? But right now, show me one of the bags. Don't show me one. I just want to show them. Thank you. This is a minimum viable product. Now, this bag that you're seeing in my hand, does it have all the characteristics of a bag? Yes or no? Exactly. And we put content inside it. Does it have straps by which you can carry it? Does it have zips to cover the things inside so that they don't fall off? This is a minimum viable product. Billy Gates, how long did it take you to create this? Approximately, you don't want to tell them, don't worry, if it doesn't change your opinion, don't worry. We are using it to learn. Don't just give an idea, don't worry. Okay, it takes approximately, say, about $100. It takes approximately about $100 to make it. And she's already a bag maker. Because now people are buying this, right? And so from this minimum viable product, if it comes to me as an uncle, I say, Uncle, I need money to do my business. Of course, as a venture capitalist myself, I say, okay, what business are you in? He said, back. I said, show me what you have made. If she gives it to me, will I be inspired to give her money? Of course. But you and I know that right now, this bag is on a journey to becoming the best of bags. But at least it is a bag. Right? Come on, please, a round of applause for that. Just in case you are thinking that, oh, my own business will not be able to have a minimum viable product. See, they play. Just they play. It's not true. There is no business that cannot have a minimum viable product. You don't have to think very deeply to get to the crux of the matter. What solution are you providing to the client? Let me ask so that we can make it practical. Anybody have started business? If you have started business, can I see your hand? Great. Thank you. Thank you for being courageous. What business are you in? What business are you? I'm talking to you. I have not seen young people this TV in my life. Talk. I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking to the lady. She knows I'm talking to her. I'm looking at her, right? Okay, what business are you in?
I sell clothes.
You sell clothes. That one is not even the start. That was the buying and selling. Trading. That's the easiest thing. You can start from those one clothes. In fact, you can start by not even having any clothes. Hello? How many of you know about the concept of drop shipping? Drop shippers don't produce. Drop shippers don't move anything, no logistics. Drop shippers only do what? They advertise, they collect money, and they go to bed, hoping that the producers or the makers will deliver the product. Is that also? Exactly. So, our own kind of business, she does not even need to make clothes, neither does she need to have inventory of clothes for her to be in the clothing business. What business are you in? You are holding the mic. Oh, you're not helping. Okay, you're helping us. Okay, anybody in business in this place? What business are you in? Go ahead. You don't need the mic. Shout. What business are you in? This is the only time to use all the energy you have. When you grow older, you are not going to be shouting or jumping around.
Liquid soap production.
Liquid soap production. So that business now, can it have an MVP? Absolutely. You don't need to go and set up a factory at Bakwalaga and begin to pay AEDC and pay rent and pay security for you to start, a liquid soap production. You can start from your room. Your office can be a part of your room. Your first production center can be a bucket. Are we together? But at the end of the day, you would have produced a minimum viable product. You don't need to spend so much to even brand that product. You can go to a retailer and ask them to just print a sticker for you. With 1,000 naira, you can print multiple stickers. Am I right? You can go to another market and buy small bottles. So you don't need to start big. As a matter of fact, there is a saying that you don't need to grow big to manage well. You only need to manage well to grow big. There are only two businesses that people start from the top in this world. Every business starts from the bottom. The only two businesses you can start from the top in this world is well-being and great business. Hello? You are doing it. Now let's move on very quickly. So MVP creation, third step, create a minimum viable product. Number 4, go back. Number 4 is you must pay attention to registering your business. And by registration, I don't only mean CSP registration. There are different types of registration. Tax registration. Are we together? Sometimes you have somewhat of a unique idea. You may want to trademark, your site or your brand. You may also want to copyright some of your ideas, so that other people who get to mistakenly use it, you can sue them and then they can pay you, something for it. Are we together? A lot of people spend so much time in doing ideation, documentation, and creation without paying attention to registering this. And you see, every level is advanced at the science of itself. Because, for instance, some people rush to go and register a business or a business name, And when they finally get a hold of the business that they want to do, they realize that that name will not work. Am I right? So this is why when I was talking about execution, I was talking about the balance. So as you are creating MVP, you are thinking about the audience that are going to use your product, and you are thinking, brand kind of thinking now that what kind of language will resonate with these people. Let me give you a case in point. If you are into a restaurant business and you have a fantastic, restaurant, in fact, if at the junction of Transport ACCI, but the name of that before they come and eat it. Or you have an hospital, and the name of the hospital is you are going slow. Right. So you see, it's a balance, and there is nothing that says that it has to, follow, chronologically. Sometimes some people would even start MVP creation before they really get the idea, because there are different schools of thought, to this creating business. There are accidental entrepreneurs, there are intentional entrepreneurs. There are people who got into business not because they wanted to do business, but they just stumbled into it. Are we together? But what you must understand is that this is a framework of knowledge that you need to have as an entrepreneur, so that whether you are thinking of the idea, or you are registering the business, or you are documenting the idea, you know that you are on a journey to creating something that you can scale and that you can succeed in. Are we together? Right. Now, another step in your taking ideas to becoming industry is promotion. You must figure out a way of promoting or selling and marketing your business to your target audience. These days, you guys have social media, and it's good. But the fact that there is social media does not mean that you know about social selling. Hello? Are we together? I mean, pretty much everybody here has one or two avenues, whether IG, Facebook, what have you. But if I ask now, you will see that the percentage of people that have actually sold something via social media is lesser than the people that haven't sold anything. Maybe I'm wrong. Let us do the test. If you have sold something via your social media, can you raise your hand? Somebody has paid you. Very few. If you have not sold anything, can you raise your hand? Raise your hand now. That's why you're in this class, so that we can teach you how to make money online. Okay, great. So you see what I'm saying? That you have a social media account does not mean that you have mastered the art of social selling. As a business, or as somebody taking ideas, to become reality, to become an industry, you must pay attention to promotion. Nobody is going to do it for you. Well, yeah, maybe somebody is going to do it for you if you pay them to do it for you. But you, as an entrepreneur, must master the skill of selling. As a matter of fact, the most critical skill of any entrepreneur is not ideation, it's not managing people, it's not fundraising. The number one most important skill of an entrepreneur is what? Is selling. If you don't have to sell either your ideas, either your solution, your product, then you're going to have a difficult time, converting your value to money in the market. Now, last one you have there, the last step is you must learn to fundraise. Even the biggest of businesses still raise funds. Are we together? Dangote Refinery, arguably the largest single biggest investment in Nigeria today, $21 billion. They had to raise the money. Dangote did not have that money. Hello? So whether you are getting started small, or you are scaling, or you have become a big business, you must learn how to raise funds. Remember, like I said, there are different places where you can raise funds, and they have different expectations. And of course, they have different constraints. If you go to a bank, for instance, in Nigeria, you ask for a business plan. God help you, you don't know how to write the business plan. Then you find somebody in this class that knows how to write, and you pay them. You are looking for money, but you are already spending money. So they write a business plan for you. And as entrepreneurs, even when you outsource business planning to somebody, always be there to give them the idea of what they're going to write. Do not let anybody impose their ideas on you. You will not be able to execute it. Are we together? So you go to a bank, you want to get money, they ask for a business plan, you get a business plan, then they ask you for collateral, and most times at the start of you don't have collateral. So you jettison the bank because you know you cannot meet the requirement. Then you go to family and friends. Abi? Some family and friends, their own condition is even worse than that of the bank. But in most cases, you can get free money without interest from family and friends. Is that right? But if you are speaking to family and friends that are somebody like me, I am still going to ask for some sort of documentation. Because you can be raising money to go and play Abajo. Are we together? People have done it. People have raised money from their uncle and they say, the money you gave me is not even enough. Let me put it inside something first. And then they go and put it inside Bet Niger. And when the uncle need them, but I gave you money that I invested. That's why I put happiness. All right, let's get to the next one. By the way, I have a book that I've written that will be of tremendous benefit to you guys. You can just copy that link and go back to it. Now, let's quickly look at some businesses that have failed in Nigeria. I intentionally put this so that I can break your heart first before mending it. We're talking about techniques for launching a business. So the fact that you get the techniques right and you cross all the T's and dot all the I's does not mean that that business will succeed. Hello? Hello? Are we together? Success is a combination of things. First, and that's why I started from where I started from, your psychology. You can never be thinking like a failure and succeed in business. It's practically impossible. Even if we give you $100 million to start, if you don't think right, and you do all the techniques right, your thought will find a way, because thought has supremacy over action. Are we together? Your thought will find a way of sabotaging your effort. Now, it does not mean to say that some of these businesses that failed is because they were not thinking right. You will see some of the reasons why they failed. And then we'll now talk about factors that contribute to the success of startups, and then factors that contribute to failures. Showroom.ng. I know that if I ask this class to begin to tell me about successful startups in Nigeria, you can mention plenty. But chances are that if I ask you to talk about failed startups, and there are many of them in Nigeria. Of course, you know the statistics of startups anyways, that only 5% of small businesses ever make it to the 5-year mark. Hello? Are we together? Which is why I consider you guys lucky. While you are students, you are already learning about entrepreneurship, and you have the opportunity of getting started as students. Trust me, it's a different ball game out there after you finish NYSC. NYSC is good because government will be paying you, 30,000. Maybe in your own set will be 50,000. You are saying amen. Look at you. You don't even anything. How much 50,000? $100, right? Or whatever it is. You have money coming in, NYSC. They will say copper, you say short, copper. You see, at that 11th month, if you have not figured out what you are going to do, either as an employee, either as an employee, either you want to further in the academic. The moment federal government stop paying allowing, either you are going to become an activist or a politician. Anyways, so Showrooms.ng was the platform that came on board with the aim of making millionaires of about 200,000 Nigerian carpenters. Brilliant idea. I mean, you want to create a platform for carpenters to showcase their product, and people can sit in the comfort of their homes, and see the product they have created, and they can make orders, and show them to do the delivery and whatever. But guess what? The inability to scale on its operation dealt a big blow to this promising platform, and as we speak now, Showroom.ng is no longer functioning. Hello? Why? Because remember our definition of startup. It is something you start in order to what? To scale and to succeed. Based on this failure now, we can look back and say, okay, it's because they did not think of how to scale it well, or they did not anticipate the challenges of scaling. It's not that they did not start. It's not that they did not get customers. Because, many of us might be thinking that it's just a roller coaster. Once I start business and somebody begins to pay for my bag, it then means that I can go to bed and the next Elon Musk, they play. Right? So, entrepreneurship is like nurturing a baby. Intentional parenting, you've got to be there. So that as the baby grows, there are several stages. From infant to, being a child, to teenage, to, and all of that. After a while, the baby becomes a grown man or a grown woman and then begins to take care of the parent. It's the same way business works. There's a business also called campus. Last year when I was here, and the students were pitching. I remember one guy was pitching an idea, along this line. And I remember challenging him, to find out if he's really thought about it. Also when I was at Bates University, I think it was also last year. There was an idea like this. They were still at an idea level. These guys have what demonstrated it, but they failed. What was the idea? It's about connecting students and student entrepreneurs across Africa through e-commerce. Is this a brilliant idea? Very brilliant. Why did it fail? They found out that the recession crisis and the high cost of running the business. Because many of us get started without really counting the cost. One of the good books talks about counting the cost before you build a skyscraper. You have to have the eye of the future if you're going to succeed in this. For instance, right now, there is a certain dynamic that has been established in Nigeria that is going to change the landscape of doing business forever. You know what that is? Cashless economy. In the past 1 week, many businesses are shut down. Am I right? In fact, there's a business in this ACCI. I will not mention them, but you will get it because I will mention it. That business used to say to us that you should go and eat there. That you cannot use POS, you cannot do transfer. I'm not kidding. Major business in Abuja. Who knows that business?
Yeah.
It's not Iyayo. I'm sure in the past 1 week they will be panicking because up till that last 1 week, they still have that policy that you must come with cash. You know what would have happened in the past 1 week in that business? Of course, less traffic. And if they're not careful, they're going to become extinct. By the way, they've lost a lot of market share anyways, because when other people came into that business and gave people the option of paying with POS, paying with transfer, they took, people that don't, and in fact, in that place, they even said that you can't use stay at home and order. I don't understand. Why you want to punish people while you say you're doing business? You can't do that, right? So my point is you've got to be anticipatory, and you have to, and that's why you talk about one of the characteristics of entrepreneurs being vision. You have to see ahead. Hello? The way you are running school right now, 10 years from now, is not the way schools will be run. Are we together? Right now, you guys are even doing IB. When I was in school, now I'm not as young as I look, but I'm not as old as you think. All right? Because now that I'm saying when we're still in school, I know that some people will be saying, this young man. I know I left secondary school in 1997. Now, some people in this class right now were born then, right? Am I right or right? Good. And I know that I have been working, in the corporate world for 23 years now. So you can now begin to, do the addition. And you will tell me my age afterwards. But henceforth, the way we used to do school before is not the way schools are doing right now. And change is the only thing that is constant in nature. So, peradventure, you have been thinking, one day I'm going to open my own university. Truth of the matter is, it's not going to look like this one. Hello? Are we together? Right. So because recession, prices started going up, and they did not anticipate the high cost of running such a platform that would connect student entrepreneurs across Africa. Maybe, just maybe, if this business, if this business has started as just being a platform to connect student entrepreneurs in the University of Abuja. Because Facebook, $1 billion valued company, started as a platform in Harvard, dormitory to dormitory. And from there, they went to MIT. From there to other campuses in Boston. And before it became something that became global. Maybe if they had started like that, maybe this business would not have failed. But if you say, oh, let us connect student entrepreneurs across Africa, the cost of running that, the cost of salary, are we together? Let's go to the next one. There are two more. Go my way. Go my way. I think I've even heard about Go My Way. Yeah, you didn't hear about them because right now, that Go My Way is no longer in operation. It was a ride-sharing platform, just like Bolt. And there have been several ride-sharing platforms in Nigeria. Currently in Lagos State, people have their home, right? They have their home. I remember the last time I was in Lagos in December, I wanted to book Bolt, and then some people were telling me about it. I said, let me test it. New cars and everything, but guess what? If you book that ride, you can wait for 1 hour before, because they have the fleet is like only 100 cars, maybe even 50 cars. 50 cars cannot have the whole of Lagos. Definitely not. Right? Well, the government were thinking, oh, Uber people, both people are making money. Let's get into that business. And they went and invested and put money. But what they don't know is that as customers book that their own ride and they wait for 1 hour, tomorrow will you book it? Of course not. Even though they have brand new cars, but they are not meeting the needs of the customer, which is immediacy and sometimes urgency. Go My Way also was a ride-sharing platform. It started in that's the time it was shutting down. And it cited the lack of resources to run the business. Ladies and gentlemen, Uber, same sector, ride-sharing. Uber, up until recently, did not have a car of their own. It was other people's cars registered on the platform. It's the same business model for both. Is that right? But this guy was citing that because they don't have enough resources. Could it just be that they went this Lagos State route of investing in their own cars? And you know that if you invest in your own car and you want to have the ride-sharing platform, it's essentially like you are doing 3 businesses in one. Because buying your own cars, getting your own drivers, and then going to the mechanic back and forth is one business also. Then having that tech platform and having the customer care people that are going to be and integrating payments into another business. Are we together? So it's more difficult if you don't ideate very well. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. Good. So you see why when I was talking about the test and the steps, that when you move from ideation, documentation, MVP creation, and all those kind of things, sometimes you do it side by side. If you seated in this class today want to start a ride-sharing business, would you think about it as Go My Way, or would you think about it as Uber? Of course, as Uber. But before you had the information that Uber did not have any vehicle of their own, you know that you'll probably be thinking that, oh, I need to first invest in buying some cool, nice cars. And that would require a lot of money to get started. But when you begin to think like the Ubers of this world and say, I don't need any inventory of cars, then your cost of starting that business increases tremendously. First of all, are we together? Also, running that business will require less effort than if you had bought, cars and have a fleet of cars. Now, I was moving from that to the next slide. And by the way, I hope there's an entrepreneur here that can help us find. All right, I'll move from that slide to talk about the failure factors and the success factors, when it comes to launching a startup. Are you all hearing me? Good. Now, there are different reasons for which businesses fail. Sorry to burst your bubble. It's not only funding. A lot of people think that, oh, if I don't have money, my business will fail. No. As we have seen, in all these examples, some people, it's just because they did not think through that business, before they got started. That's why that business failed. This places the responsibility of thinking, creative thinking, critical thinking on you, the entrepreneur. Remember, I said to you, entrepreneurship is not as simple as it seems. Thinking is one critical skill in entrepreneurship. And just in case you are of the opinion that, oh, rich people are not smart, they play. Just they play. Rich people, particularly rich business people, they are some of the smartest people ever. Because to keep a business running 24/7, 7 days in a week, maybe 6 days, and then keep it running for years, it means that you are thinking. Hello? You can build an employment where you really don't need to use your initiative. You can take instructions. But if you are going to be a successful entrepreneur, you are going to have to take initiative. So, the people that said that, oh, one of the motivations, okay, not in this time, of me getting into entrepreneurship is because I don't like to be bossed around. Well, you have to learn how to boss your own brain around. Because if you don't think, you're not going to be able to create a sustainable business. So one of the reasons why businesses fail is that entrepreneurs don't think. They just say, let's take each day as it comes. You have to have a long-term perspective if you are going to be a successful entrepreneur. Right now, like you said, Nigeria is changing. A lot of things are changing. Yes, a lot of good policies, to empower entrepreneurs like you and I, because government wants, and it's inevitable anyway. Government knows that if you don't empower young people to start business, they're going to have more activists, more more what so they're going to have to go and buy weapons and spend more money to solve the problem that is created. So it's a no-brainer that they are really not policies, and they are reducing the cost of registration and all of those kind of incentives, right? It's also a no-brainer that universities like this are going to say entrepreneurship has to be part of the curriculum. Because we don't, as a university, want to look at our graduates and jobless, we are not proud. You understand? So, what are we saying? Is that thinking, or the lack of it, the lack of long-term thinking is one major factor of failure. Having established that, let's look at another factor for which business fails. Sorry, I can see you guys are sweating. The second factor why business fails is the inability to get the right people on your team. In fact, there's one critical skill that you must have as an entrepreneur. Hiring the right people or recruiting the right team members. Because if you have the passion, you have the idea, you have the vision, or you have people around you that don't see or have bad attitude or don't have the right skill set, inevitably that business is. And guess what? If you have the right team, even if you don't have all the resources, trust me, even if you don't have the right ideas, or you have the right team, you can grow a successful business. In fact, the other time, some guys were interviewing Elon Musk. And they said, well, you seem to be very passionate about the electric car. But are you not afraid of the Ford Motors of this world. Are you not afraid of the Mercedes-Benz of this world? And all the big automobile corporations. And he smiled. I said, well, two things I have that they don't have. Number one, I have an electric car, which means that I have an MVP. I have a minimum viable product. Now, at least we have something that is demonstrable that is an electric car and it can move from one place to another. And it says, secondly, I have a team of people. Instead, I have a small team of people that can go any length to make sure that my place becomes right. That's what you don't have in the big company. Because people are just there to collect salary. They are not there as die hard. We say we are going to ensure that this thing works. That's to underscore the importance of having the right people on it. When you have the right people, you can go anywhere. In fact, there is a saying that you only need a few committed people to change the world, because that's the only thing that has ever changed. You don't need everybody, you just need the right. Another reason for which business fails is to operate. Now, let me balance this stuff. A lot of people in their mind, having heard that, will say, well, Nigeria is not a place. Just a place, because it's the same Nigeria that even in the tech space alone, we have now grown 3 unicorns. In the tech space, unicorn companies are companies that have a valuation of at least $1 billion. 3 companies out of this nation have that status. One of them is Portal. Hello? So, environment and the adversity of business, but you see, as an entrepreneur, you must learn what is called agility. It is almost the same thing as resilience, that you can make the best of a bad environment. This also shows that you are responding, to the environment, and you are not reacting to it. For instance, and this goes to even people that already have business in this, if before now your business is based on cash, this is about 3 days ago, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to move towards to cashless. Or else, nobody is going to do business. I'm sorry. It's so bad now that you need 1,000 to get 10,000. Virus. Yeah. 2,000 to get 10,000. I'm not. No deal. I can still do 1,000 for 10,000. I can't do 2,000 for 10,000. That's crazy, right? But as business people, we must then begin to think how then we will respond, to the environment. For instance, whether government likes it or not, young people are going to start trading in crypto. Hello? Yeah, because even government trying to ban it, then they now introduce their own naira. And we don't even know whether there's something called naira. How many of you have naira by you? It's COA. You know what COA is? Right? Right. Now, so you need to know how to respond. Now, again, just to talk about funding or too much funding can actually also be the reason why business fails. I'll give you a classic example. My wife, some of you might be thinking I'm not married. Well, I'm not married for 10 years. As I said, you still get married. By the way, when my wife was in school, she's a lawyer, so when she was in school learning, you guys, where are the legal minds? Only one person I'm saying is that if you're a lawyer, I'm not a liar. You guys are ready to find. So when she was in school, studying, she had on the side a recharge card business. And she was doing very well. You know, I think the entire capital of that business then was something around maybe 13,000 or some years back. And just one day, her father was just, you know, very, very, you know, they are just happy one day you're looking for who to give money. You know, yes, her father is not a runner. Her father just came and I like what you're doing, I like what you're doing. And just gave her 50,000. That is supposed to be scaling the business, right? But that killed the business. You know why? Because now with free money injected, they're like giving neighbors credit. Somebody said, yes. Maybe you never thought about it. Not enough money and too much money can kill business. You need the right size of money. As a matter of fact, as a business, you need to save up and put some money in what's called maybe like fixed deposit, just don't touch it again. Because if you scale early, you're going to have a chance. One of the businesses that I wanted to show before the lights went out, you know, they talked about the fact that they scaled too early. So they had more demand than they could supply. And that eventually forced them out of business. Because the perception of the customer would be that you are incapable. Am I right? Yeah. So do not bite what you cannot chew. Right. Now, having spoken about failure factors, let's quickly look at success factors, you know, for startups. And for those of us, you know, that have been paying attention, you know that the success factors might just be on the flip side of the failure factor, right? Now, the number one success factor for businesses that succeed is that there is a market for that thing. Hello? There's a market for your product or your service. If there's no market for it, that's not the out of it. But guess what? It may not be the best of solution, but if there's a market for it, they're going to do it. So when you're writing your business plan or you're doing your business model, one question you must find answer to is there a market for it? Don't get into a business that has a limited market. You're not able to scale. Are we together? Sometimes, and this happens a lot in this part of the world, you see people who don't have any research done on the business. They see other people venture into a business. Hello, are we together? Yes. And then you see them jump into that business. Case in point is the pure water business in those days. A lot of people do not know anything about the pure water business. They jump in because there was a market and they became more like millionaires. If you ask them, do you know anything about this business before you? Or because there was a market. Are we together? So if you can answer the question of is there a market? In fact, the technique that I want to teach you and end my lecture on, which is the lean startup, would really be very useful to you. Why? Because you can build your business with the market as you go out. Are we together? Which means that you can serve a product or a service to the market, and the market can give you feedback as to how they want the product or how they want to be better served, and then you can improve on it, get feedback, improve on it, and before you know it, that loyalty that you over time, and they don't want to do business anymore. And you see, the process I just described now is the concept of the lean startup. Hello? The lean startup was popularized by the Japanese. You know, the Japanese are one of the best thinkers in the world. They are not blessed with so much natural resources like we in Nigeria. You know, in fact, by virtue of World War II, they have, are we together? They have a nation, that is bedeviled by natural disaster because there was a bomb called the atomic bomb that was dropped in a place in Japan called Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Right? Who is hearing the word Hiroshima Nagasaki for the first time? You are hearing it for the first time. Michael, is that you? Are you Michael? Okay, so the guy was seated right there, wearing the last lecture. I was saying, what's your name? Innocent. Huh? You can hear me, I can hear you. Jonathan, hey, Jonathan. You are hearing Hiroshima Nagasaki for the first time. Wow. Who is joining Jonathan? Say yes. What department are you? Talk now. You said yes. Now, what department are you? I'm talking to you. I will go back. Talk. What department are you? Physics technology. Physics education. Ah! You should know about atomic bomb. I know you are very Ah! You're very good. What department are you? Economics. Okay, I can excuse you. You know, but of course, as an economist, you should also learn more about the history of the world, you know, and how some of the things. Because even economics is being disrupted right now. There are new principles of economics, right? The old principle of economics about scarce resources is no longer holding water because people are beginning to realize that we need an abundant, right? Resources are not scarce. Hello, I know that will change the mind of a lot of people. But I know you are being programmed to think that resources are scarce. It's not true. Hello, resources are not what? You don't even believe it. Please, if you are in economics, yeah, look into the eye of your neighbor with some just tell them resources are not. Absolutely. Apart from the fact that you yourself are resources, the matter is the world we live in is an abundant universe. Let me give you a classic example. In Africa till tomorrow, we have shortage of water. Is that right? Pipeline water. Is that right? In Africa, because in Europe everybody has water. In America everybody has water. But in Africa we have shortage of water. But do you guys know that the earth that we live in has more than 70% of water? So how come we have shortage of water if the entire earth has more water than even? So it's not the scarceness of the resources, but the fact that we have not found out to appropriate them. And in fact, there is a new technology now that is disrupting, because what you need to do is to just desalinate the water and people can drink it, right? Before now, that technology was very expensive. Now, in Indonesia, my partner goes to Indonesia, for many other technologies, including this one, they have created a solution that is less than $100, with which you can take salt water and make it water that you can drink. There are no scarce resources. Till tomorrow, there will be good oil in the ground. Hello. Till tomorrow, there will be gold in the ground. Till forever, you cannot finish the resources that God has created in you. It's just human beings that have programmed other human beings to believe in scarcity. And so we begin to deal with what is called a zero-sum game. Are we together? The old traditional economy is built on the zero-sum game, where we think that you need to be poor for me to be rich. It's not true. I'm speaking to economics now. It's not what? It's not true. Everybody can be rich. You can argue with me after the class. Let's come back to the lean startup, right? So it was the Japanese, by virtue of their creativity and critical thinking skills, because they were limited by the resources that they have in their nation. They started thinking, and they came up with a lot of principles that have disrupted the American management paradigm and have actually improved it. For instance, it was the Japanese that introduced the concept of total quality management, right? And also, oh wow, a round of applause for our doctor. Okay, so I can just use this moment to pause while we bring back the speaker. However, I want to just use this moment to, if you have any questions on all the things that I have said so far, it will be a good time to respond to those questions. Questions? Don't be afraid to ask questions. Thank you, number one. Any other person? Questions? Question that is building blocks of knowledge. The more you ask, the more you can do. All right? Questions? Number 2, number 3, right? Number 4, number 5, number 6. Just one more. Questions? Okay, number 1. All right. Number 7. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
3 questions. Are you alone?
Thank you very much. The other line, he asked 3 questions. Go ahead.
Number 1, we have a lot of people they are not thinking about this. I can say I'm number 1. But I believe what if people are doing that is what now.
Is there any provisions that government made for women that have an entrepreneurship skills after school? That's number 1. Number 2 is this: a young business entrepreneur who encounter financial difficulties, then he feel depressed. He's on the line of the business, but he seriously feel depressed. What can that person do as a young entrepreneur? So let me
All right, thank you very much. The first question, the answer is yes. There are a lot of schemes, that the government have in place. The CBN has several, but let me also say to you that don't be overtly optimistic about government intervention. Because first of all, just to emphasize that Nigeria is a young nation, it's a young people's nation. I developed a strategic plan for NYC Foundation called the Youth First Strategy. And I was talking to them about the fact that as a nation, we need to prioritize young people, over any other demographic, because we are a nation of young people, right? So is government thinking of empowering young people? Yes, there are many schemes. There is the NISA, loan. There is the tertiary institution entrepreneurship scheme. Several, either at federal level, state level, and even some politicians, have empowerment schemes. All right. Having said that, is to say that it cannot be enough for the teeming youth population that we have in Nigeria. Trust me, government does not have enough money to go around. That's the first thing. So even though you can prepare and position yourself, get some of those government intervention, but don't build your business on it. Are you getting my point? Don't even expect it. If it comes, fine. Because again, Nigeria, some people are going to act it. Do you understand? And they're the ones that are going to get the benefit first, and the people that are really qualified may not get it. Hopefully, you guys change that in 2023. Now, the second question is, if you are doing business and maybe for whatever reason you lose money, your expectations are not met, and then you get depressed, what should you do? A lot of things. To be fair, you can dance. See, failure is not the end of life. And let me say this, failure is an ingredient for success. Everybody that we celebrate in the world today, I make bold to say, have failed at one point or another. A lot of people don't bring their failures to the fore so that other people can learn from it, because of this psychology where people say failure is an offer. Nobody wants to identify with you when you fail. But that perception is changing, these days, as people are beginning to tell other people how they fail so that people can learn from their failures and not make the same mistakes. All right, and that's where mentoring is also very, very useful. You can talk to a mentor and say, okay, I was going along this line. I thought I would make this much, but let me give a practical example. Let's say you have a fish business.
You've gone to seminar to learn about, making fish. They've told you in 8 weeks, you are going to harvest. If you invest 400,000, you will make 1.2 million, right? And they teach you everything. Now, behind your house, you put your own pot, all right? You bought the fingerlings, you put water. You have done everything they said to do. But at harvest, instead of the type of fish you are expecting, it's 415 that comes out. That's enough to depress you, right? Now, of course, there are many reasons, that led to that outcome. It could be that they are stealing your fish. It could be that the fish are eating themselves. Many reasons. It could be that they die natural death because of some component in the water, whatever. But now you're at a place where your expectations are not met. So you are depressed. You can talk to a mentor, you can go and dance and just know that failure is not the end of life. You can speak to a coach and tell you this is the best way to handle failure. And then sit down to begin to learn backwards. What did I not do well? What did I do well? And don't make it personal. Are you getting my point? Because depression is psychosocial, right? If you allow it to get to you, it can, since you're already psycho, and MBBS people can hear me with this, it can enter your mental health. And you can go from, you want to start fish business, but you're now a mental health, exactly. So you don't want that to happen to you. You need to quickly get yourself out of it. You need to separate yourself from the failures. Failure is an event. It doesn't define, it's not your identity. All right? So those are some of the things you can do. There are many other things you can do. You can play music. How do you get out of depression? Is your question, right? You can travel and just leave that environment for a while. Now meet your grandma in the village. I tell grandma, I don't want to bless you from this. Many things you can do, but get yourself quickly, out of that environment, out of that, and that environment may not be physical, it will be the mental one. Okay. Question number 2. Number 2 is like number 2. You have no question again. I've answered it. It's depression too. Number 3. Number 3. Yeah, number 3, right?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I actually want to ask. My name is Olabisi, and I'm from the Economics Department. My question is talking of ideas and all of that. We have, like personally now, there are some ideas that keep coming, and then looking into the world, looking into the visibility of it, you see that there's this kind of fear that can I compete with people that have gone ahead and all of that. So for someone that is having this kind of fear, how do you encourage such a one? How can you beat that fear and hold on to your or execute your plan? As you have said, that execution is the main thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Powerful questions. Let's talk about fear. Fear, somebody described as an acronym. False evidence appearing real. Now, which means that many times that thing that you fear is not actually real. Okay? It's just a perception that you have of the external environment based on the perception that you have of yourself. All right? And that's why I started out today talking about the psychology of an entrepreneur. You don't have a defeatist mentality expecting that you're going to become a raging success. It will not happen. Right? Now, talking about you have an idea, and then you look at people that are already doing it and they are successful, and you're wondering, will I be able to compete? See, first of all, and that's why I like, the topic that I've been giving, techniques to launch a startup. Do not think about competing first. Think about starting. Hello? Because you cannot even get to competition if you are not starting. All right? And then when you start, what you find out is that your own market will be totally different from their own market. There are people in this room. Okay, let's do an experiment. How many of us in this room love perfumes? By the way, I'll be shocked if there's somebody here that does not like it. How many people in this room have perfumes? I know that a lot of people don't have, say they have. I'm going somewhere. Listen to me, I don't ask the question about fear. How many people in this room, would rather use an American-made perfume over a UK-made perfume? Raise your hand now. Okay. It's like you people are using very, very big. How many people here would rather eat apple instead of Gary? Apple people, raise your hand. Gary people, raise your hand. Now, listen. There's something called customer preferences. You see, your home, now people would like your home, who want to do business with you. And there are many factors, affecting that. Some people just want to deal with a small business, less bureaucracy. They can speak directly to the owner of the business. Do you understand? Some people want to deal with established brands based on perception. Some people would even pay premium for brands, which means that they know that the real value of this that I'm buying is 1,000. But because they have put some new figure on it, we now say it's 10,000. Some people would rather buy that at 10,000 because of the way it makes them feel. Are you with me? So you see, that you get started is the first bridge you must cross. Do not be afraid of the competition. In fact, it is when you get started that you will now even see how the competition are not doing it right, and then you can leverage on that. But if you don't get into the game, it's like all those guys that used to go and watch the game of football, and they say, I can play better than Ronaldo. Until they put you on the field. For the first time, you ask, this field is bigger than they used to do on television. Do you understand? So, get in the game. Do not be afraid of the competition. There will be people who want to do business with you, and you may be surprised, there may even be big people that are going to invest in their own business. All right? Fear is usually not real. And people have different kinds of fear. Fear of getting started in business, people have fear of sleeping. Telling there are different medical students. Am I right or right? And there are different kinds of fears. People have fear of height, right? Some people, they cannot stay on 3-story buildings. People have fear of what again? Some people have fear of tight places, exactly. Fear of water. People have fear of. Some people have fear of public speaking. All manner of fears. How many people have fear of public speaking? I wish this guy was public speaking. Okay. So, you understand my point? Hello? There are different things that will make you afraid. But there is a saying that you do it afraid. All right? Because done is better than perfect. Just do it. Okay? It's when you do it, it's in the doing that you learn how well to do it, how better to do it, what to improve, what to remove, what to add, and all of that. All right, question number 4. Go ahead.
My name is Behaviorial from the Department of Political Science.
Political science.
Yes, so we mostly political scientists deal with philosophers. Now, those people who have an idea concerning business or who get their idea from business through inspiration and observation, can we call them philosophers or they are different?
Okay, so talking about, in fact, your question is more philosophical in nature. But just to say that there are different taxonomies, in this whole entrepreneurship space. Again, business is as old as time, all right? But the concept of entrepreneurship, if you begin to study literature, you will see that it's relatively new. Maybe in the 70s, maybe even in the 80s. People type entrepreneurship and starting up businesses and what have you. My point is, what they call it doesn't matter. All right? Creation of value, exchange of value in the marketplace is all talking about business. without talking about entrepreneurship, right? There are even politicians that are political entrepreneurs. All right? The electorate may be one set of customers that they are looking at to be able to influence them enough to vote for them, right? Their colleagues may also be one set of customers because there are politicians who write books and they want other people to read their books. And so they will have to sell their books. You understand? So there's also the concept of ideas, selling ideas to other people. But can we say that people that get their ideas by inspiration are philosophers? Yes and no. Yes, because they have to do a lot of thinking. No, because now they have to now create value and then explain point. Because my concept of philosophy is that you just stay at the level of thought. You don't get to sell, or the philosophers, sell and get money with that. They just put thoughts out in the
Yes.
Exactly. So these guys are more than philosophers. All right? The philosophers have to be respected because they make ideas realities. Thank you. Next question. Next question, and then can let me quickly go to the second to last slide. Question number 5. Oh, she's here. Can we get the mic slide? Stay there. No, go back. Go back. Yeah, stay here.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Abraham Josephine.
Josephine. Wait, Abraham is your surname, right?
Yes, sir.
Because the last time I checked,
Yeah, I'm from the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture. My question is this. I am passionate about being an usher, especially events ushering. And I have this uncle that told me that if I have any business idea, I should let him know. So I presented him with this idea and he was like, that's too cheap. Yes, I can't be going to events and working as an usher when I'm supposed to sit down and enjoy the party. And this is something I am passionate about. So when I didn't listen to him, I went ahead. I am currently in an ushering agency. The reason I'm asking this question,
what's it called?
Beautiful Fits. Yes. I'm asking this question because he is this kind of person that is very good at partying. He goes for several parties and stuff like that. And I know he can give me the connections I need from his friends. And I don't want my ushering agency to be like the one I'm into right now. I want something bigger. So how do I go about convincing him? What should my MVP be like? I don't know what to tell him. Or I should just forget about him and look forward to another opportunity.
Very, very good question. Let me first start by saying that focus creates blindness. Hello? Josephine, I need you to pay attention. Right? What did I say? Focus creates what? Blindness. If you focus too much on your own goal, you will not see your house, your friends, colleagues that are willing to invest in that business right now because your entire attention is on one thing. Are we together? And I can prove that statement to you that focus creates blindness. Because what I would like you to do, for instance, sir, what's your name? Mohammed. I want everybody to focus their attention on Mohammed. Everybody in this class, start looking at Mohammed. Don't use your eyes to move him. Just focus your attention on Mohammed. Okay, I say focus on Mohammed, not on me, on Mohammed. Put your 100% attention on Mohammed. Put 150% attention on Mohammed. Put 200% attention on Mohammed. Can you see me? Of course not. So focus always create blindness. If all you are seeing is your uncle as the Messiah that can help you to start your business, you do not see the other people that are ready, willing, and able to help you. Having said that, is to say that maybe the way you are describing the business to this your uncle, is why he thinks it's a cheap business. You need to go and do research and find out about such businesses, that have been able to scale and are probably global in nature. The reason I quickly asked you what's the name of the agency, where you're volunteering, is because I have a mentee, who is actually a member of the young CEO at ACCI. She has She calls it an event staffing business. But she doesn't call it an ushering business. Okay, so when you say event staffing, it gives it, some corporate label. So maybe you want to adopt that, in your proposal to your own. But my first responsibility, you need to research and find the right nomenclature for that business. Maybe because you are using the word ushering. Do you understand that? Maybe that's what is tripping your uncle to say you're supposed to be one seat. Because we must talk about the dignity of labor in this part of the world. In America, I'm sorry that I'm using America. I live there and I live in Nigeria also. I have schooled there in arguably the best school in America, Harvard University. I have schooled here in Nigeria, arguably the best school also in Nigeria, Lagos Business School, and what have you. But you see, there's something called dignity of labor in those parts. If somebody is a truck driver, the guy is a truck driver. If you like, be an House of Assembly member. In this Nigeria, a truck driver is not able to look House of Assembly member in the face, right? In Nigeria. In America, it's not like that. Everybody is a professional. So the fact that you want to start an event staffing business, your uncle has no right to be looking down on you. Those who stand and wait on the people that attend the event, they are as important as the people that attend the event. Hello? Oh, you were not in the last event. You was talking about self-confidence. The way you carry yourself matters a lot. Are we together? So don't let anybody look down on your dream. Maybe we found out one of the biggest event staffing businesses in the world right now. Yeah, don't let anybody look down on your dream. If that's what you're passionate about, all right? By all means, research about it. Don't look only at your own, and get the business started. Your MVP is that you have your own agency and you need to have girls, that will volunteer. You understand? Your MVP is that you will have an event that you can even offer the event planner that will come and usher for free. Just to be able to take pictures. And it could be a very, grand event. The lady I was talking about, I know how she used to take pay calls to be able to do certain kind of event. Just to be able to have bragging rights, that we were the ones that, do you understand my point? And staff that. So you must understand the concept of freemium, also in building your business model. You are willing to do free for an event that will make you look good when you have the pictures and the videos, and then you can now use that bragging right to command premium for the next spot. You understand? Right. Let me quickly also balance my thought by saying that passion is not enough. All right? The fact that you're passionate about something doesn't mean that you're going to make money. You must create structure. You must build that business. You must do the research. You must do the actual going to usher and have, where's the photographer? Oh, it was last class, right? You must collaborate with a photographer that will come and take professional picture of you guys when you're ushering. Because at the end of the day, your uncle will not see you when you're ushering, you probably will listen to it. You get my point? And the picture has to be taken right. It doesn't have to be sharp. Everything has to be on point. All right. Next question before we go back. Okay, yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Morgan. I'm a country student as an animal scientist. You mentioned earlier some steps for growing your idea into an industry, and one of the last points you mentioned was passion. And as a founder, entrepreneurship sometimes can be very rough. You put in much effort and you get little or no return. So in that experience has a ripple effect on your passion. And as a founder, your passion is very essential for building. So my question now is, in a situation where you find yourself having this experience constantly, how do you sustain your passion? I mean, you have an idea that's came through, it solves a problem, it has a market, it does the third and fourth thing, it's scalable, right? And so how exactly do you sustain your passion? Because it can be very traumatizing at times.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so quickly, let me say there's a failure sometimes, most times, failure is an outcome, right? It means that the universe or the system is trying to tell you that they're not doing something right. A lot of people take failure differently. Some people just break down. Some people point, fingers at other people. They don't take responsibility. Some people make it personal and think that they are the failure. Now, having said all of that is to say that you must learn to quickly detach yourself from outcomes. All right? And walk your way back to the input. What is it that we didn't do right? What were we supposed to do? This life itself, it's a journey. And of everything it can be, it's a learning journey. Are we together? So whether you're successful or you fail, take it as a learning journey. In fact, some people, their greatest undoing is their early success. All right? And some people, they will tell you that the best thing that happened to them is that they failed early. So they were able to build resilience, and they were able to know how not to do things, and then they now use that experience, in their latter businesses, and then they succeed. Now, having said that is to say that as an entrepreneur, how do you keep your passion afloat? Trust me, it's similar to the thing that I said to him. You need to find the things that feed your faith. You need to find the things that feed your passion. You cannot be around people that keep telling you that, oh, don't do well. Listen, say this is not the way. You can't be around such people. What they're doing is that they are reinforcing, the negative thoughts. And thoughts are very powerful things. Do you understand? So you need to go find people that can encourage you. You need to find things that make you happy. And if you think that other people are going to do it for you, let me just break it down to you. You have yourself. You cannot guarantee the next person. Even for people that are married and are entrepreneurs, their greatest demotivator can be their spouse. Because now that you're single and you think that I'm depressed, wait until you're married and your wife says, what rubbish are you doing? Your mates are there collecting 500,000 and you say you're an entrepreneur. They play. And it's not painful when somebody you don't know tell you that you're a fool. When your wife or your husband, that's when you know what depression really means. Or your children, the daddy, or your entrepreneur, your mates that's when you will know that this thing is painful. So you must be self-motivated. That becomes an issue. Hello? And as young people, I said this the other time, and I need to say it again. You have no business with depression. Trust me. Your youth is the best of your life. Let no failure, you understand, hold you to ransom about your feelings. Always try to be at the, because trust me, that energy is very important to your creativity. If you have friends that are sapping your energy, run. Find friends that can feed your faith. This is the only time you have energy. Make the most of it. What's the point of you buying your first Ferrari when you're 80 years old? What's the point of being a successful entrepreneur at 22? What's the point? So anything that will sap your energy, it could even be a relationship. Hello? You want to be an entrepreneur, but you're dating one boy that's always giving you a problem. Stop dating him. In fact, break up with him on Valentine's Day. Yes. Oh, yeah. If you find him enough, you take him out. Buy him ice cream and cake. After he has finished the ice cream and the day, say, well, the end to do with relationship. Yes, I'm not kidding, because you have your life, your youth to build. This is the only time you have energy. Are we together? So feed your faith right now. And don't get that confidence from God. Don't need it. Some people think that, people are doing it. That's why everything go high. Don't need that high. You can hide yourself by affirmations. Just keep saying to yourself, you are the best thing that happens in high school. I'm telling you, by normal affirmation, you can get yourself back. By telling yourself that I'm not going to go out too late. Whatever anybody has done in good, I can also do. How did I ever get into Harvard? Because I started telling myself from secondary school that I'm going to go to one of the best schools in the world. Hello? Maybe I should tell you a personal story, maybe that will help. So secondary school. By the way, as soon as I was entering secondary school was when my father died. So in secondary school, I kept telling myself I'm going to go to some of the best schools in the world around that. When the admission finally came, in 2007, 2008, I remember, it was for the MBA at Harvard, $60,000 I could not pay. I was working in Port Harcourt, I was living with a friend. I told the person's father, maybe my uncle, right? But I remember that it was at the dinner table, the mother was there, and I was sharing the testimony that I now have MBA Harvard admission. Of course, the man could afford $60,000. I was stupid enough to be sharing that kind of testimony in front of the mother. And the wife just said, even our investors, they never go out. That's how I could not go down. Hello? Are we together? It took, from 2007, another 5 years before I could eventually go for a short course in Harvard, that I had to pay for myself. Right? So, but if I did not maintain the enthusiasm, I would never have been able to cross that T or dot that out. And if it is when I am 65 that I'm not going to Harvard, does this make any sense? Exactly. All right? Do we have any last question? Because I know we have to go. I mean, I'm enjoying myself, but I need to go also. My sugar level is low. Okay, let's have our. My name is James. Editorial. Okay. Can you give out the mic? She has a tiny voice. Do you sing in the choir?
My name is Behaviorial. I have the skill in marketing. I sold variety of products in the past, packaged fish. Right now, I'm selling that's fried groundnut. That's selling groundnut cake locally known as puri. I first started selling pieces, now I sell. So I want to ask, how do I help myself with a platform that encourages this skill in marketing? Now do I respond to start up my own business? But there was a time before I was running for some stuff. I started selling powders, I just made half money for a start and I moved to one group. I was able to make about 15,000 around less than a month. So I just want advice on how to make myself up with platform that can encourage me in my marketing skills and how to raise up funds to start my own business.
Let me answer the second question first before I answer the first question. You said, how can she raise funds for our business? Your answer is in your question, right? And it's selling more. If you raise 15,000, in a month, you can scale that. In a year, apparently you're raising 15 times 12 is what? It's about 180,000. Right, exactly. So I mean, there are people here who that 180,000 will start their business, whatever it is. Don't forget MVP. You don't have to start very quick. All right? But let me also quickly say this. Very, very powerful paradigm for the philosophers and entrepreneurs. Everybody in this. Listen very carefully. If you miss everything that I've said, do not miss this. And as I'm saying it, it probably will resonate with you that I have heard that statement before. All right? Then I will tell you who made the statement. He who thinks he doesn't have, even that which he has will be taken away from him. Hello? Let me say it again. Pay attention. Like I saw people doing departmental meetings there. He who thinks he doesn't have, even that which he has will be what? Will be taken away. Never ever think that you are efficient. You already have a skill, and trust me, 99% of entrepreneurs need. You can sell it. You're not afraid to meet people. You say you're selling kuli you know, they have a group of companies. One of the companies, the kuli company. It's very Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Dubai, Germany, you come from Canada. That fits other businesses. So you're already onto something. You're already onto something, you know, having the skills what I would call low ticket to IT. So the same skill set. If you are starting quickly, you are already 18,000. You can today start also selling houses. And 5% commission if you sell a house of 30 million is how much? 5% commission of 30 million is how much? 150,000. So that which you make in 1 month, 30 days, you can make in one deal because you just move the difference. You can start, there are a lot of high ticket deals that you can do to sell. But my point is, do not discount the skill you already have. The marketing skill, super. All right? There are many ways, you know, you can use it. You can find people that produce a lot of market. You don't even have to do a lot. You have the market created already, bring them, take your own. You don't have to really even do something. That's what I'm saying. There are different kinds of market. Find that skill. The fact that you don't even get them the market, they give you a percentage. Right? Having said that, he said, what platform you need to improve your skill? You mean like wait on there? Is that what you mean? Mentors. Well, you have to go find your mentor. Right? Like Founder Institute, for instance, the mentor of Founder Institute. There are few platforms, you know, like the Center for Entrepreneurship, the Office Center. At some point, they're going to bring mentors. You need to find your own mentor. Right? Mentors don't go around looking for you. It is mentees that go around looking for mentors. So if you find somebody, and then you quickly distinguish between mentors and coaching, because I do coaching as a person, right? And I don't do a lot of mentors. I'll tell you what, coaching is not about a mentor. Mentor means that your mentor should be doing that which you want to do. Right? That's how you can have a perfect mentor, because they've gone through that journey and they can tell you where the confidence are. Right? And your mentor may not even be somebody that you can really see. It can be somebody that so you get their material, you are able to exchange. And you send them email. Stories. Thousands of stories from people who from Africa have mentioned that their mentors who are abroad just by buying their book and then engaging, asking questions. You are the one that will have to follow you. Because your mentor does not even have time. You must be valuable enough for them to create space. You know, if you are business skills for you, going to the party. Now, having said that, you say that you can also find a coach. A coach is not a mentor. A coach has been trained and has sophisticated tools and, you know, methodologies and techniques. They help you to move from where you are to where you need to be. All right? In Nigeria, there are a lot of people that call themselves coaches, but there are some people that are trained and are certified. I say that with all sense of responsibility because I was the first chairman of the Life Coaches Association way back in 2020. So, yeah, that would help. In terms of platform to learn of the Coursera of this one, the EDS, and this thing, you know. So that's good. Don't ask ChatGPT. What did I say? How many of us know ChatGPT? That thing is not good for students. I'm saying my own because it will not let you read. And all it does is just to index in the site and just you will not use your own brain. Please, leave ChatGPT for lazy people. I'm serious. I know what I'm talking about. Do your research. There is a capacity you develop, you know, when you explore, adventure. Do you understand? When you research, because what you do is you create new neural pathways. MBBS students can tell me with the human brain is so powerful, but when you don't use it, that's like your body. When you don't exercise it, it becomes dormant. You become dollar and dollar and dollar and dollar until one day you become a dollar. So you must apply yourself, get information, be very happy at looking for knowledge, about searching out what you don't know before. Hello, King Solomon, now you call the wisest man of his own time. Is it not because he was searching out things? That's why he became very wise. All right. No other question. Now, one more question. Wait. I am giving you a link to my book, right? So I'm going to just take 3 questions more. But before I take the 3 questions, I want to ask you, how many of you have not written down the link to my book? You have not written it down. Okay, right now. Stellar.co/HMR. SELAR.co/HMRO. That book, the information you have in there is what more than 50,000, but it's 1,000 dollars, just 1,000. I should call it again. S for Senegal, E for England, L for Lagos, A for Anambra, R for Ronaldo, dot C for Charlie, O for Orange, not com, but co, then / H for house, M for monkey, R for Ronaldo, O for orange. Are we good? Stellar.co/HMR. All right. Our deputy director wants us to close. Any who want to ask questions, I am calling with you. All right. So I'll give you a chance to ask your question. I'll give you a chance. And I'll give you a chance. That's it. All right. So go ahead. Hello, you cannot leave now. Don't forget it in the composition. Okay, you are hungry. So here's what I will do. I will then ask together. Then I will answer. So I'm not going to answer. Go ahead. What mistakes entrepreneurs can make? We already mentioned plenty now. The biggest mistake you can make is to go and borrow money when you have a account. Number 2, you're not going to get excited credit. When you see small success, you think you have arrived. Major error, right? So those are some of the biggest mistakes in entrepreneurship. What am I passionate about as an entrepreneur? So I do different kinds of businesses. I run a consulting firm, I run a family, I have a tech staff. But you see, the one that I enjoy the most is my consulting business. And for one reason, that may not be popular. I like the fact that in a week, I can be attending to a client whose business is in oil and gas. And then tomorrow, I have another client in technology. The next tomorrow, I have a client that is in media. And I'm talking about my actual week. Today is Saturday. On Monday, I was with my client about oil and gas group. On Tuesday, I was with a tech company, on February 1st, right? That's Tuesday, right? Tuesday, I was with a client who is Nigeria's biggest business journalist from TV, right? Industry client. So you see, that's for me, that's one of the reasons. Give me the diversity of